Andrews at the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw, men are coming late, looks right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Bam, bam, bam. It is week 2 here on the Chatterbox Sports, Chatterbox Bengals live stream. We're going to have action for you throughout the entire game, starting 30 minutes prior. A little late today. We're going to have a halftime show. We're going to have a postgame show. Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth. I'm Reid Maus, Readeroo, and we are looking to go 2-0. Craig, how are you on this lovely Sunday afternoon?
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. Football is in the air. We're opening in orange. The Bengals looking to go 2-0. All the pictures and videos from the tailgate lots have me jacked up and wishing I was in Cincinnati for this one for sure.
We got to go to a tailgate together sometime this year. We got to figure out who can do the stream, and we got to go to a tailgate and have a lot of fun. It's funny. I know that they're really pushing for we open in orange, and I don't know if it was purposely intended to be like this, but I get a very Mean Girls feel out of it. Like on Wednesdays we wear pink, and they're like on we open in orange here in Cincinnati. So hopefully we open in orange a little better this year than we did last year. Jacksonville Jaguars come to town. Trevor Lawrence, Liam Cohen, a team that looked really good last week. We did not look good last week. We got the one. Both teams coming in 1-0. We are 3.5-point favorites at home coming into this one. It should be a tightly contested ball game. Hopefully the Bengals win. Hopefully they cover.
Yeah, it's certainly a game that you would like to see the Bengals win. Matchup between two premium quarterbacks with Trevor Lawrence, who maybe hasn't lived up to the billing of the number one
Premium
overall
in their
pick in
price
2021. Premium in their price point. But, you know, at the end of the day, the expectations for these two teams are very similar. I think the Jaguars expect to be competitive. They hired Liam Cohen to go out and do exactly with Trevor Lawrence as what he did with Baker Mayfield last year. And that's become potentially an elite quarterback, or certainly in that upper echelon of quarterbacks in the NFL. And he didn't have to throw the ball too much last week, Trevor Lawrence. Only 178 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. But this running game is certainly dangerous, and the Bengals will have to have their A game on defense, especially in tackling.
Yeah, I think Liam Cohen is obviously he was brought into Jacksonville as kind of a last-ditch effort. There's a lot of similarities between Trevor Lawrence and kind of what we're dealing with here in Cincinnati with Zach Taylor. We're like, hey, this is your kind of your final shot to show us that you deserve to be here. Liam Cohen, obviously a well-regarded offensive mind. What he's been able to do in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield, a guy who was on his last leg of his career, then all of a sudden he's got a resurgence, and on any given Sunday, Baker Mayfield could have beaten anybody in the league. That's the kind of offense and firepower that they had. And now we're trying to see if the Jacksonville's trying to see if they can have similar success with Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. And yeah, it's an imposing thing for the Bengals, because I think, at least in my fandom, I'm looking at this game wondering, okay, if we don't beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, who I think is going to be an AFC South contender and a pretty good team here in the AFC, if we can't beat them at home, looking ahead at the next 5 weeks where we're playing the Lions and the Packers, who look like the best team in the league, and we got the Steelers and all these tough games coming up, you start wondering, if you can't beat the Jaguars at home, what do you have here? And it's the NFL. You can win and lose games any given week. That's why we sit down and watch and are enthralled by it every single week. But you start to wonder here, like, man, we can't win this one. What is this team? What is this team? We're trying. It feels like fans, and that's where I speak from, is like how I feel as a fan. It feels like we are looking at this team like, are we still a contender? Like, we have this hope and this want to be like, this team's still a contender, but deep down we know that might not be the case. Maybe that's a little pessimistic, but it is at least my feelings going into this game.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a whole lot of other Super Bowl coaches who have the question marks around them that Zach Taylor has.
No doubt.
And I think that plays into it significantly as well. The fact that this offense has had to overcome the defensive shortcomings plays into it pretty heavily as well. You know, if this was a team that last year just things didn't go its way because of injuries or whatever it may have been, that might be a different conversation we're having right now. But when you're coming after a year that you had last year where your offense was one of, if not the best in the entire league, but your defense was just abysmal, that's going to give you question marks. And the Bengals went out. They addressed several needs on the defensive side of the ball for sure. But how much of week one was the fact that you were playing the Browns, and how much of it was that this is an improved defense? And that's what we have to wait and see. I think the Jaguars are the first test of that. But, you know, after you get through this week, you got to go play at the Minnesota Vikings next week too. And you're going to have to prove yourself time and time again this year in the NFL. And hopefully the Bengals have that all squared away. But for me this week, Reid, I think it all comes down to getting Joe Burrow started. And obviously he played in the preseason a little bit more than he has in the past. That was a change to the routine that Zach Taylor implemented this year to try and get them started a little bit hotter than maybe they have in years past. Again, playing the Browns last week, so you have to try and figure out how much of this is just game plan versus how much of it was performance and everything else. But 14 of 23, 113 yards for Joe Burrow in week one, just one touchdown pass, no interceptions though. Browns got after him in the second half. The first half, the O-line held up pretty well, but the second half broke down a little bit. For me, I'm looking to see Zach Taylor. Can I get some early, crossing routes, some guys open, maybe some screen passes, open up the deep game later on in the game? Joe didn't hit a completion over 15 yards in week number one. I'd love to see Joe hit maybe one of those 50-yarders this week in a win against the Jaguars.
Talking about the offensive performance last week, certainly it's probably the worst offensive performance we've seen from the Bengals, at least that second half. Certainly the second half. The first half was pretty good. And it was a double whammy of things that Joe Burrow and the offense had struggled with. It had obviously haven't played well through the first 2 weeks, and Joe Burrow's entire career, everyone knows about 1-9 coming into this year, now 2-9, a chance to go 3-9 today. And then secondly, I can't think of a single time that Joe Burrow has played well against the Cleveland Browns. For whatever reason, they have his number. So it's kind of a double whammy. And as a Joe Burrow sycophant, as people call me sometimes, that's what I'm going to predicate it on is, just a bad matchup, right? That's just kind of what happens. They won the game. Who cares? You're absolutely right. They got to figure out a way to get Joe going. And in all of the flack that Zach Taylor gets, I do want to give him credit in that capacity, in that over the last 2 years, and really time before that, they've been good to start games. They really, really have. Obviously, last week it was Chase Brown. He got the ball 8 times on 12 plays to get into the end zone and score. I can think of multiple times last year where that script, they all talk about that script, the first 10 plays that you want to run. For whatever reason, Zach Taylor, that script plays perfectly more often than not. They've done a really good job at getting it going. So on the script, I want, as you said, to see Joe Burrow just kind of letting loose. You still want to stay ahead of the chain so we're not dropping back too much and putting Joe in an opportunity to get sacked. You still want to make quick plays and just kind of move the ball downfield, but you do want to get that confidence flowing. Not that I think that Joe Burrow is a player that is predicated on confidence in the same way that Liam Cohen's former quarterback Baker Mayfield was, or in the way that we just saw J.J. McCarthy on Monday Night Football play. I don't think Joe is that kind of – I don't think he needs to kind of roll with confidence, but what athlete doesn't want to get going early? What athlete doesn't want to have some fireworks to start the game and kind of roll off of that? So I'm absolutely with you. You got to figure out a way to kind of nip in the bud the idea that Joe Burrow isn't very good in these first 2 weeks of the season, and really at the beginning of the season that's kind of plagued his career, even dating all the way back to college.
Yeah. Joe Burrow, to your point, Joe Burrow in his career, over the last 4 games against the Browns, he's averaging 157 passing yards against them.
So there you go.
So for whatever reason, the Browns are just not his favorite opponent. On the opposite side, he's faced Jacksonville twice now, and he's averaging 324 yards per game. So this will be an interesting litmus test, to say the least. Everybody is healthy, which is good. Yeah. Obviously, last week, Lucas Patrick goes down with an injury, but the signing of Dalton Reisner proving valuable already. Reisner looked pretty good in his first start. On the defensive side of the ball, though, Reid, the biggest story here, obviously, Trevor Lawrence is a tool that Liam Cohen will have to rely on at some point. Threw the ball 31 times last week, but only 178 yards. They ran the ball 32 times for 200 yards last week against the Carolina Panthers. I recognize that it's against the Panthers, but you're talking about Travis Etienne Jr., 16 carries, 143 yards. They traded away Tank Bigsby this past week, which was interesting. He goes to the Eagles, but then you've got, I think it's Basil Tootin is how you pronounce it. I might be right. I might be wrong. Expecting him to get a bigger share of the carries this week after they drafted him this past offseason. They trade away Tank Bigsby because of the belief that they have in Basil Tootin. So expect to see him. Plus, they're not afraid to give the ball to their wideouts. Brian Thomas Jr. got a carry. Diami Brown got 2 carries last week. So they're not afraid to kind of mix it up a little bit in that running game. This Bengals defense, I thought last week, looked much better. I thought that they swarmed the ball in a way that I hadn't seen them do in years past. PFF still had them down for 9 missed tackles, but they just don't pop off the sheet the way that they did last year, because last year when you missed a tackle, they would break it for a 40-yard gain. This year, when you break a tackle, you've got the rest of the defense there ready to pick you up and still hold them to short yardage, at least from game 1's perspective. How do you think they go about stopping Travis Etienne in this Jacksonville running attack?
I think it's really going to be it's no surprise that or no secret that interior line play is what's going to have to clog up holes. Obviously, for years the Bengals had a really good job at that in the last decade, and then DJ Reader and whatnot at the beginning of this decade. So you've got to get the push off the line. It's as simple as that. Sometimes we overanalyze, and it's paralysis by analysis when you're talking about football. But if you're able to control the line of scrimmage, if you're able to keep guys to where they're not getting a 4-yard gain on first down or a 5-yard gain on first down, and it's 2nd and 9, and okay, now they're going to have to drop back. You put your defense in such a great position to play. So you just got to clog up the holes. You've got to wrap up when you get behind the line, when you get that first hit. Logan Wilson, although PFF didn't have him graded all that well, I thought he played very well. Obviously, linebacker play is going to be huge. It was kind of something that had been missing. You talk about missed tackles over the last year. Jermaine Pratt and Logan Wilson didn't tackle well, and the entire linebacking crew. So if we can continue to wrap up on the first hit, that's how you stop a run game. And you just, like I said, you've got to clog up holes and keep them behind the chains. I don't know if you have any thoughts on how we can stop stop their offensive run game in this one.
I'm really interested to see Shamar Stewart in this one, Reid.
Yeah.
He's a guy that had, pretty solid tape after week 1. I think that this is a game where he can really thrive. Having watched some tape of him in college recently, he was really stout in stopping the run in college. He was not necessarily the sack guy. A lot of people talked about that when they drafted him, about how his production, quote unquote, wasn't necessarily there at college level, but his athleticism was. When I watched the tape and I saw him against the run, that's where he really popped off, because he is a athletic, fast defensive end that can get after the running back no matter what direction they're going. So, him and Trey Hendrickson are going to have to be disciplined in maintaining the edges so that Travis Etienne can't get one of those classic back bounce out runs where he starts inside and then finds a hole outside. And then, like you mentioned, Logan Wilson, I thought that last week that Demetrius Knight Jr. actually looked pretty good in his role. I don't think that he necessarily graded out as well as he looked on film. But I think that front six is going to be the key to holding the Jaguars offensively in check here. And if they can get some pressure on Trevor Lawrence, that's obviously going to impact the game as well. But I think ultimately for me, it's those edge pieces and then the linebacking crew. So, yeah. And obviously, I just, it's kind of crazy, Reid. I don't know, like, if I'm overreacting to 1 week against the Browns. I personally, having watched the game and watched it back, I felt like this defense was so much better than years past. Like, I thought it was visibly obvious that they were much better.
Except for one capacity, which was letting them convert on third downs. I agree with you, except for we let them continue to extend drives on long third. That was something that plagued them last year. That was something that plagued them last week. I completely agree. You said something about Shamar Stewart. Obviously, he was one of the highest graded rookies this past year, especially on the defensive side of the ball. He had an interview this week that I thought was really interesting, and I loved it. And this is going to shock some of you guys, but he was talking about his performance, and he said something that you've really never hear athletes talk about, at least not in a good capacity. And he was talking about his stats. Anytime, like, especially if you're an NBA fan or a college basketball fan, you're like, man, I didn't get my 28 tonight, or I didn't get my 30 points tonight. If you hear a wide receiver like, man, I only had 3 catches for 54 yards, that ain't good enough. Like, when you start hearing that, it's normally not in a good light. I love that Shamar said, I'm going to paraphrase here. He said, got to keep doing what I'm doing, and I got to get some stats on the sheet. That's him saying, and this was the major buck. Obviously, everyone looked at his college stats and 4.5 sacks over his college career. How are you going to draft someone in the middle first round that only had 4.5 sacks as an edge rusher? And everyone said, but he got there. Like, he's right there. It's like a dog chasing a car. He's right there, and he knows what and that's what I like the mentality from Shamar. He's saying, hey, I'm playing well. I'm getting in a position to make plays. All I've got to do is finish them. It'd be like having a shortstop being able to get to every single ball, but he has a bad throw, or something goes wrong in that capacity. He's there to make plays. You just got to clean up a little something. You just got to clean up just a little bit, and that really excited me from Shamar Stewart. And you know what? I think that we are going to start seeing some stats fall his way. Get in that stat sheet a little more.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that he's going to end up being a very good overall player as he continues to develop his skills. The other first-round draft pick that is somewhat of a story here in this one is Travis Hunter, the number 2 overall pick from Colorado for the Jaguars. Played 48 total snaps in week number 1, only 6 of them on defense. Expectation is that he will increase his workload on both sides of the ball. Last week, Reid, he was targeted 8 times in the passing game, caught 6 of them, but only 33 yards for a long of 10. Not a whole lot of deep looks for Travis Hunter, but still somebody that can differentiate a game here. And when you pair him with Brian Thomas Jr., who only had 1 catch last week, we'll talk about that too if we have time. Travis Hunter gets an opportunity potentially to play on the defensive side of the ball as well this week, a little bit more than he did last week. I'm interested to see how he performs, how this Bengals offense can maybe take advantage of the young corner. And I don't know. What have you seen from Travis Hunter? What are you expecting from him this week?
Well, it's no secret. I think it's interesting that obviously Liam Cohn's their new head coach, offensive mind, and you get this rare talent. You get this rare prospect that can play both ways. We haven't seen the likes of that in quite some time. And the kind of reading was, or the kind of grade on him as a prospect was, an elite defensive player, pretty good offensive player, right? Am I wrong in saying that? That was kind of, people are like, this guy can be a star cornerback, and he can be a pretty serviceable wide receiver as well. So the thought was that wherever he went, he was going to play defense, and then get some, he might flash in some different sets on the offensive side of the ball. That's not what they're doing, and it's probably in large part because of Liam Cohn's an offensive guy, and he's like, all right, this is one of the better athletes on the team. I want him on my side of the ball. So it's going to be interesting. I don't have a whole lot to say about Travis Hunter because I didn't stay up a whole lot when he was in college and to watch Colorado Buffalo games. Wasn't on the old TV very often. And now it's going to be interesting because it is a rare talent, right? When you can get somebody that can play at a high level both ways, and he's going to continue to grow his availability on both sides of the ball. It's going to be it's a pure curiosity thing for me. I don't have any takes on, hey, we can exploit him here, we can do this here. It's more of, I'm just kind of, as a football fan, excited to see someone take on a both ways role at somewhere outside of small colleges and small high schools. So
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Just under 10 minutes now from kickoff in Cincinnati. As always, Reid will be live to take you through the entire game with live reaction and play-by-play. Reid, as we get into kickoff here in just a couple moments, give me your big key to the game today.
I think it's two things. I think it is what you talked about earlier. You brought it up first, and that is living with Joe Burrow, right? We all understand here in this city that we've got to get him going. Once he's going, this is a team that is formidable and feared amongst pretty much all other 31 teams in the NFL. They could say, it's just the Bengals, but they know when we've got the ball on the field, they're a little worried. Defensive coordinators stay up at night thinking about how they're going to stop Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. So getting Joe Burrow, getting Jamar Chase open early. And then secondly, it is not letting them convert on third downs. And to do that, you've got to keep them behind schedule. You've got to be able to stop them on first and second to give you a chance to stop them on third down. When you know that, hey, it's going to be 39, and you can let a guy like Trey Hendrickson, who is one of the best pass rushers in the league, pin his ears back and get after Trevor Lawrence, who I think are going to shock some fans today with how athletic Trevor Lawrence is. I don't think he gets enough credit for that. If you're able to let Trey Hendrickson, Shamar Stewart, Joseph Asai pin their ears back and get after the quarterback, then we might be surprised in how well this pass rush plays. So that's my keys to the game. What about for you?
I'm gonna go with one of the other big storylines this week, and I'm gonna go Cam Taylor-Britt. We heard this past week about Cam Taylor-Britt going to Al Golden, telling him, I know I wasn't good enough. I'll be better. I've got you. Al Golden told him, I know you do. But Zach Taylor, his comments in the media were, well, my eyes see better than my ears do. And so they're looking for Cam Taylor-Britt to step up and actually be the cornerback that Cam Taylor-Britt believes he can be. I mentioned it earlier, Brian Thomas Jr. only one catch for 11 yards in week number 1. Liam Cohen talked about 5 different throws that he thought could have gone to Brian Thomas Jr. in that game last week that didn't or were missed, and that I think Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be one of those keys for the Jaguars this week. And in order for the Bengals to be productive and shut down Brian Thomas Jr., Cam Taylor-Britt is going to have to step up and be able to guard him one-on-one. So I'm looking to see Cam Taylor-Britt step up and back up his words. It feels like he's a guy that's been talking for the last year, if I'm being honest, and the production has not been there on tape. He got benched for a period of time last year, came into this year needing a bounce back. Al has trusted his defenders and put them in one-on-one situations. Cam Taylor-Britt needs to step up to the challenge and shut down Brian Thomas Jr.
Cam Taylor-Britt, and I'm going to let you finish because it sounded like you had something else to say. Cam Taylor-Britt is a guy that when he first started popping up on the screen and on the defense, anytime that you remembered Cam Taylor-Britt, it was normally in a positive light. I started a bit with my friends. I was like, Cam Taylor-Britt, the former Husker, the current Bengal, the future star. And we did that anytime he made a big play. And then last year, anytime Cam Taylor-Britt kind of popped up on your screen, you kind of, man, it wasn't good. So if we can get back to old Cam Taylor-Britt, this defense is in a much better spot than it was last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Al Golden is clearly going to trust his guys, leaving them in positions to have to step up and hold their own. Cam Taylor-Britt is my key to the game here in week number 2. All right, Reid, you mentioned it earlier, 3.5-point favorites in Cincinnati, over under at 49.5.
That's high.
Give me your bets.
If I was a betting man today, listen, they tell you if you put as much heart into a game that you shouldn't bet on your team. You should probably bet on the other team. That way you can leave being happy either way. That way you can leave and go like, oh, we won the game, or hey, we covered the spread. And especially when you're a 3.5-point favorites, you can get a double whammy because if you win by 2 points, hey, you win your bet and you win it. But if I was going to bet on this game, I always bet with the Bengals, just because, hey, why not? I can't imagine betting on another team. If you're going to bet on this game, I really like Jamar Chase's chances to score today. I think he's like minus 140 on the line. They didn't use him at all really last week. Didn't get him going at all last week. I think Jamar Chase is going to kind of explode. I think they're going to really circle him in, all week and say like, hey, we're going to try and get Jamar the ball a lot this game because he is the second or the best wide receiver in the league. He's one of the best offensive weapons in the league. So I like Jamar to score, and I like the Bengals to cover. What about you?
All right, I've got Jamar Chase with a late touchdown to extend the Bengals lead. 31-20 is your final. Bengals cover. Baby. And the over hits on a late touchdown. Jaguars plan to stop the run because it's a 24-20 game at that point. Bengals decide to get aggressive, hit Jamar Chase for a deep touchdown. 31-20 is your final. They are lining up for the kickoff now, Reid. So with that, we will turn it over to you. Give everybody just a moment. I will see you back at halftime with Andrew Collinsworth. Until then, Reid Maus, take it away.
All right, we are ready for kickoff. The defense will be on the field first. We open in Orange. Man, Paycor Stadium. It's the most beautiful stadium in the league. That's what everyone says. It's one you've got to go to, and a good return from Jacksonville, but a nice tackle. Almost had a chance to break it out for a big gain, but they get just beyond the 30-yard line. I'm Reid Maus taking you through this entire game. Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth will be back at halftime. I don't do the traditional play-by-play thing. You're going to get just honest reaction. I will give kind of updates on kind of what's happening on the game, but thank you for being here. Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville, both these teams, the Cincinnati Bengals and the Jaguars, had a kind of they both played bad teams, played the Panthers and the Browns. The Jags looked up to the part, won the game. The Bengals did not look up to the part, but they still win the game. Both teams coming in 1-0. Trevor Lawrence dropping back to pass, and it is a completed pass for a gain of 7 yards out on the right side of the field. I will openly admit that I am a Trevor Lawrence believer. I think when prospects and coaches and everyone talks about how good of a talent a player is, it's hard not to live up to in some capacity that, and he has had flashes of being great. I do question how committed he is because I think that's the next level after talent of being a great quarterback. And when you have quotes like, I don't want to be remembered as a football player, which is true as a human being, as the screenplay is going to be incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 3, a chance to get off the field right now. But when your you want your quarterback to be obsessed with football. You don't want your husband, like if you're Trevor Lawrence's wife or Trevor Lawrence's dad, you don't want him to be obsessed with football. You want him to be obsessed with being a good human being. But when you're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, you want your quarterback to be obsessed with football. Hopefully he stinks right here. 3rd and 3. Let's get the defense out, baby. Did you eat today, Reid? No, I did not eat, but I've got Busch lattes to get me through the game. Trevor Lawrence dropping back to pass, looking over to the left side of the field, driving way deep downfield across midfield with a completed pass to Brown. So already in the Bengals side of the field, a big pass, open look, gain of about 15 yards, and they're going to be right around the 45-yard line. So 1st and 10, it was Brown on the catch. They're starting out at the 44 on this 1st and 10. Fake the handoff. They're trying to get Trevor Lawrence going early and often, and that was clinical on the pass to Thomas. Brian Thomas Jr. They have not handed the ball off once. So understanding that last week they ran the ball quite a bit, they're saying this week, let's air it out. That's exactly what they're doing. So 1st and 10, there's Liam Cohen, one of the weirdest press conferences to start a head coaching career. Trevor Lawrence under center, big package. This time they will hand the ball off. They've got a hole. It's a gain of 3 yards over to the left side, going right off the tackle. Come on. Can we bend, not break? Can we bend, not break here? Bengals were 25th in overall defense last year. Man, it feels a lot worse than that. And that was playing one of the easiest schedules in the league. 2nd and 7, Trevor Lawrence looking over the left side of the field, trying down and miscommunication as the pass flies out of play. Incomplete. 3rd and 7, chance to get off the field. Zero pressure on Lawrence. Yeah, he's dropped back a lot and really had nothing to worry about. So 3rd and 7. It's 3rd down. Trevor Lawrence alone in the backfield. Ball in the left hash mark. It looks like Jacksonville Jaguars will call their first timeout. Liam Cohen, look at that play sheet, big dog. It's a big play. Trevor Lawrence, you look like a girl. Hopefully you play like one too. Man, he's looking sharp thus far. I will have to get the score bug above me here in a minute. We'll do it after this drive. Thank you so much for being here. It's 3rd down. Trevor Lawrence, they do get a little pressure on him, dumping it down, and it's across the 1st down line over the middle of the field. They get it to Strange. Pocket, he had plenty of time, but the pocket was collapsing at the last second. They decided to blitz. They go over the middle of the field. It's going to be a 1st down for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Handoff on the read option. Up the chute. They're across the 10-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and 5. 2nd and 6. Gain of 4 for Travis Etienne Jr. I think if we hold them to 3 here, this would be huge, guys. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir. We had them on 3rd and 7. I think they're going to run the ball. 1 tight end set, bunch to the right side, moving him in motion. Staying in the backfield as it is snap. Trevor Lawrence looking over the middle of the field, floats one in the back of the end zone. It is caught. Is it a touchdown? It is. Brown with the touchdown, and the Jacksonville Jaguars strike first. De'Ami Brown. Play action pass. Surgical for Jacksonville. Over on the left side. Didn't take a whole lot to get downfield. 7 passing plays. Kick is up and through the uprights, and the Bengals trail 7-0 as the offense takes the field for the first time. So, not how you want to start it, not how you want to draw it up. They had a couple conversions. The big one there on 3rd and 7. Chance to get off the field. They do not. So, 7-0. Give me your reactions of that first drive. Man, oh man. You know, the secondary still stinks. They dropped back 7 times, a couple play action plays, but never once was Trevor Lawrence in any sort of duress. You can have the greatest cornerbacks in the history of the game playing out there, and if you're not getting to the quarterback, he has all day, they can't guard forever, and it's not like those plays adapted long, but you just have to be able to have the quarterback think about literally anything other than just getting the ball downfield. And they were unable to do that. Man, oh man. It might be a long one, huh? Might be a long one. So the offense is going to have to come out and answer back, which is okay. I mean, the pregame total was 49 points. That's not extraordinarily high in the National Football League, but it is high. And we're just gonna have to roll with it. We always knew that you're going to have to score points with this D. You just knew that was going to be the case. So Trevor Lawrence was 5 for 7, 62 yards and a touchdown there. Only ran the ball twice. 2 incomplete passes. One was on the screenplay that was busted up, and one was on the miscommunication. Other than that, looked really sharp. Admin says, feels like the first drive has always been an issue, then the D settles in. Let's tie it up at 7, then drive. That's the thing about this defense. It has been known to settle in. That's what people said about the Bengals defense last year. Just give them a little bit of time and they'll settle in. Oh, taking a big hit there before the 30-yard line. Bengals will start over at the 26. I don't know how you guys feel, but I really like the new kickoff rule. It's good to see people return it again. I think it adds an extra element, offensive play. So we open in orange. Let's see how we open on offense. Joe Burrow with Chase Brown to his left on the opening drive last week. They gave him the ball 8 times on 12 plays. 4 wide to start play, out just beyond the 25-yard line. A handoff to Chase Brown is snuffed out just beyond the line of scrimmage. They get a gain of 1.5 yards. So 2nd and 8. Let's see if Jacksonville, I assume we're going to pass the ball here, so let's see how much pressure the Jags bring. Big package on the line for the Bengals. They fake the handoff. Joe Burrow stepping up and immediately gets hit. He was passing the ball forward. They're letting it play out. It's going to go out of play, and Jacksonville's going to pick it up in the end zone. Are they going to call that a touchdown? 3rd and 9, incomplete pass. Okay. Yeah, he was pretty clearly looking forward. I mean, this is why you've got to. I mean, oh shoot, are they gonna review that? Oh man, guys, that's not good. I don't know. Oh no. All right, run a play. Come on. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. 10 seconds on the play clock, and that's why you need run a play. Run a play. They gave us an opportunity. We used 35 seconds of the play clock. And I don't know if it's going to be overturned, but you can't give them an opportunity to. I personally, I think this is a touchdown. Did they blow it dead? I can't hear the game. Someone tell me in the chat if they blew it dead to where it can't be a touchdown or if they let it play out. You've got to snap the ball there. And I know it's 3rd and 9 and you're trying to I think it's a fumble. I think he was turning backwards. I think the ball was knocked before he could throw it forward. Golly. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know what the rule is there. Truly just speak it out loud because I don't know if they blew it dead. If they blew it dead, then they can't have the touchdown. They can't turn it over and say it was a touchdown if they blew it dead. But if they didn't blow it dead. So I'm not listening to the game. You guys got to let me know if the whistles were blown after the pass. But golly. In real time, it looked like a forward pass, so I don't blame. I mean, you just got to take the snap there. You just can't. We're on the 27-yard line, and they would have picked it up. But see, I'm literally thinking out loud because if they blew it dead right away, then there would. I don't know. I can't believe that. Call stands. Okay. All right. Hey, listen. Hey, look at me. Hey, we're good. We're good, baby. Now we got a little more time. Just a panic attack there for a second. Woo! Woo! Let's get a first down, baby. Man, I don't know about that one. Wow. 3rd and 9. Woo! Man, it feels like it doesn't even matter if we punt the ball away now. Bunch package to the open side of the field. Joe Burrow dropping back. He is blitzed immediately. Escapes one sack, brought down eventually, and it's going to be a punt and a 3 and out as just too much pressure on this offense. And I got to tell you, we're one drive in on each side, and man, oh man, I've got this chair behind me. When I sit down in this chair, it's the chair of despair. So Let's hope that I stay out of this thing. We're going backwards hat. I feel like Ash Ketchum, like stuff's getting real, so I got to go backwards hat. Putting away. Come on, Ryan Rico. Punt is up as the Home Depot commercial is taking up 90% of my screen. Returned out at the 14-yard line. He's across the 25, brought down at the 27. Am I crazy or is Reid way behind? I'm streaming it. I'm on YouTube TV. So, hey, if you guys want it to be more on top, we gotta get some cable. We gotta get a cable box in here. Or we can do this live from the stadium if you guys want to pay for my tickets. We'll just go travel around. I'll bring equipment and we'll just go live from each stadium. Bring a little Starlink. Oh, man. All right, D. There's our third down guy. Wave that flag, baby. Wave that towel. That's a good towel, not a terrible towel. That's a good towel. All right, Mondi. Got a little timeout. You gotta let Chef Golden cook a little bit. We're gonna see Chef Golden cook right here. 1st and 10 for the Jacksonville Jaguars from the 28-yard line. Hand off to Travis Etienne. Cuts back and has a gain of 5, maybe 6 yards. You got to remember one thing about that opening drive for Jacksonville. Those were the scripted plays. Let's see what Liam Cohen can do once he's off script. Is he a good ad-libber? We don't know. 2nd and 4 for Jacksonville. Looking to his left over the middle of the field there across the first down. Yard to gain. And it is Brown once again, De'Ami Brown, with the catch. CJ Effler says, how about we go live from a bar and have a meetup? Good for you guys. Good news for you. Next Sunday, we are going to have a live watch-along at Smoke Justice in Covington. So come on out there. Pre-game show. I believe Craig's going to do the watch-along from back in Memphis. More details to come, but we will be at Smoke Justice live next week. Trevor Lawrence fakes the handoff. It is a screenplay to Travis Etienne Jr. B.J. Hill misses a tackle. Etienne's got a lot of room, and he's going to gain out past midfield. And this Jacksonville Jaguars offense is in business across the midfield. This is pitiful. This is awful. This is just a minor. I mean, it's just going to be a major comeback. It's a minor setback for a major comeback. What do people say when you're 16 years old and you break your arm or something like that and you can't play baseball for a season? Minor setback for a major comeback. 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. 3 seconds to get the snap off. They do get it off. Hand the ball off to Travis Etienne. It's a gain of 6 yards. One negative play would be huge. Maybe a hold. Maybe a sack. But the problem with 2nd and 4 with a great play caller is the simple fact of the matter is they can open up the entire book. And our defense needs to keep the other team behind schedule. Fakes the handoff. Looking downfield, and it's a completed pass to Washington. And it's going to be 1st and goal. Or just outside 1st and goal. Really nice pass there from Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, so it's going to be just outside 10 yards. So it's essentially going to be 1st and goal, just with an extra yard. This team is cooked. See, things are going well. Guys. Stay with us. 1st and 10. 1st and goal from the 10. Lawrence looking in the end zone. out towards the back, and it is broken up by Cam Taylor-Britt, the former Husker, the current Bengal, and the future star. Second and goal. T-Law. 8 for 11, 112 yards and a touchdown. Pretty good. Hands the ball off to Travis Etienne Jr. He gains 3 yards. That's going to be third and goal from the 7. Hear me out here. Look at me. Hey, look at me. I think we want them to get to like the 2-yard line, 3-yard line. Then we want them to go for it and let Al Golden cook. I think that's what we want. And let our offense, which showed great promise on our opening drive, to move the ball. So, third and goal. Trevor Lawrence drops back to pass. Floater, and it's an interception! Woo! That is Dax Hill with the pick. Because the jabroni, Trevor Lawrence, just floated one into the front of the end zone. And this is exactly what I'm... Listen, look at me. We'll zoom in here. Come in real close. This defense is not going to be one that's getting 3 and out after 3 and out. It won't be. It simply will not be. What they need to do is hold teams in the red zone to 3 points or get turnovers like they did last week. Lucky as they were last week. Lucky as that one, because that's just a terrible pass. We're hitting Trevor Lawrence, and he floats one up, a terrible decision. We've got to get those picks. We've got to get those turnovers. Now I'll zoom back out because it's a little too tight on me. We're a little tight. That's huge. Yeah, you guys are ahead of me. I don't know what to tell you. So you get to have fun when we get the pick and you get to see me go crazy, or you get to see me go, you know what? Get this chair just spare out of here. We don't need it. We just got the turnover. Yeah, Michael. It's Sunday. It's a who day. Man. Good hit by Trey Hendrickson, too. That's what caused it. I mean, I was giving Trevor Lawrence a lot of flack. He wasn't trying to put that ball there. Just Trey hit him as he threw it. That's huge. Let's build off that. We open in orange. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. Let's go. Stop the rock, can't stop. I want to sing the song. I want to sing it together. Smoke Justice, we're singing the song together next Sunday. 1P. I don't know who all will be there live. I will be there. I assume a Casey McAllister will be there. We're trying to get a good crew. And we might, maybe, just do some sort of crossover if the baseball team in town is still in the thick of things. Sam Hubbard? Ruler of the jungle? Is that who that is? All right, Dax Hill. You come to Smoke Justice, I'll buy the first 5 people an old fashioned. That coupon expires. Joe Burrow dropping back to pass on the first play, and we got a first down. Jamar Chase. Incomplete? They're saying incomplete pass. What? Show me the replay. Thanks for the replay on the. Here we go. 1, 2. Yeah. Oh, he bobbled it after he got out. 1, 2. Yeah, he bobbled it after. Yeah, that's an incomplete pass. All right, 2nd and 10. Golly. Let's not let that affect us. Drew Sample in motion. Now we can move. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He's got an edge. Stiff arm and a first down for Chase Brown. The Fighting Illini fighting his way to move the chains. God, I should do more play-by-play. This is fun. That's a huge play. I love Chase Brown. I mean, I know everyone likes their running back, but it's easy to root for that guy. So 1st and 10 from the 31. Joe dropping back, clean pocket. This time he finds Uno, and this time Uno gets another Cincinnati Bengals first down. My favorite part about doing this stream, you guys can't see this, but I can see Craig off the side of my screen. He's behind. He's just watching this game, and he's miming with me. I actually saw him celebrate before the interception, so I knew something good happened. I didn't anticipate a turnover, but 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. Fakes the handoff. A lot of time for Joe. On the run, looking downfield. Boy, is that boy good. Looks like there was a flag out. Noah Fant. We'll see what the call is. But Joe on the run, what a dime to Noah Fant. Jacksonville ain't ever seen a blonde boy act like this. See what the flag is. All right. On the defense, we will say, no thank you. We got it anyways. No thank you. It's on Jamar. Oh, yeah. Can we get Drew Sample, DS89 off the bench? That dude's locked in. Are you kidding me? See those game day tweets? That boy is locked in. 1st and 10 from the 31. Chase Brown to Joe's right. Quick play. He fumbled it. And he fumbles the ball. Incomplete pass. Okay. They're calling it. Can we run a play before they can use both their challenges? Yeah, that's an incomplete pass. That's a pass. Is it intentional grounding? Is it grounding? I'm not a rules expert, but just had second thoughts there. It's that wrist. The wrist doesn't work quite properly. Joe Burrow finds a completion to 2. 3rd and medium. 3rd and 4. We are in field goal range, but a long field goal. I think we're at the 44, so that puts us 6-yard game, puts us at 38. It's a 55-yard field goal. I don't know exactly where we're at on the field. AJ Worth says, wake up, Joe. I think Joe's, other than that incomplete pass. 5 seconds. Do not call a timeout. 2, 1, snap. A lot of time. They don't rush a whole lot. Joe, looking over the middle of the field. Completes it to Jamar Chase for a first down. Thought he was going to run it himself. Got a little scared when I saw him get rid of it, but you got to trust the man. Got to trust the man. I said, me and Craig were talking about it pregame. We got to get Jamar Chase. We got to get him a part of the offense. Wasn't a part of it last week. Opportunity to do it here. And he's big on this drive. You can do what you want, Craig. You don't have. You can react how you want. Complete pass to Jamar Chase. Another first down. It's going to be 1st and goal. Out route to Uno. So 1st and goal. Got to get in. Got to get in. Craig has officially blocked his camera, so I can't see him. I love it. 5th fastest person to 400 receptions. That a boy, Jamar. It's big time. So 1st and goal from the 5. It's a handoff to Chase Brown, looking for a hole. Gains 2 yards. Second and goal. Second and goal. $20 seconds left in the first quarter. 5 seconds on the play clock. Man in motion. Joe dropping back. Man quickly on him. He's rolling out to his left, looking for the front half of the end zone. It's caught. Is he in? Incomplete pass. Fell through his hands. The TV's a little far away from me. Cut me some slack. So it's going to be 3rd and goal. They will take time to look at the injured player. Joe's 5 for 9, 64 yards. Jamar Chase with 3 catches, 33 yards already. And we are at timeout. So this is a big play. 3rd and goal. I feel like you got to get 7 here. You always won 7. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but certainly would like it. Let's get Jamar Chase in that end zone. I told the pregame show, I said, hey, we got to Craig asked for a bet. I said, hey, I like Jamar Chase to be a heavy part of the game. He was minus 140 to score. Let's get him in the end zone first for the Bengals. Gesicki time? Drew Sample Wildcat? Timeout. Can you imagine this city if it's 3rd and goal on this play and we see Drew Sample lining up behind the center? Oh my God. If Zach Taylor had balls, he'd do it. And if he wants to win, too. Chase has been getting the better of Jones, but Jones is now hurt. So here we go. Thank you all for being here. Give us a like. Likes equal wins, equals dubs. 3rd and goal. Jones walking off on his own volition. 10 seconds to play. This will be the final play. Well, maybe not. It's an incomplete pass. 10 seconds to play in the first quarter. We open in orange. Paycor Stadium looking beautiful. Best football stadium in the world. Here we go. Ball from the 4-yard line. Trips, package, bunch to the open side of the field. Jamar Chase, or is that P. Ryan, to Joe Burrow's left. Uno, man-to-man on the open side of the field, short side of the field. And he's immediately looking for Uno into the end zone. Just a quick slant route. Gets in there. There we go. Get that gritty. First gritty of the season. Jamar Chase. I told you he was going to score. Jamar Chase, slant route. PAT pending. You guys ready to sing? You guys ready? Kick is up and through the uprights. My wife, so before I sing here, my wife actually was watching this last week, and she said, Reid, you are so off beat. It's incredible. And I pride myself on my beat. I can dance, I can wiggle, I can move. Here we go. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody! Let's go. 7-7. Hopefully you guys were singing with me. All right, one play here. Finish the first quarter. That was cute. Thanks. Thanks. Give us some likes. Give us some likes. Defense going to come up big here, just like they did last time. So starting from the 25-yard line, final play of the first quarter. It is a bubble screen and a nice gain for about 7 yards. Rejuvenated. I feel rejuvenated. That's the end of the first quarter. So here's what I want. Everyone, every single person in this chat, we've got about 130 watching right now. I need twos. I need as many twos as you got. And we're going to take a selfie here. Put our twos up. I did duck face. I don't know how I did the duck face, but I need twos. We need twos. Put those twos up. Put those twos up. Peace sign. Feel like Richard Nixon right here. I'm not a crook. Might be a crook. I got to get Andrew Collinsworth. If you're watching this, hop on that link. I emailed it to your Gmail. I need to make sure I can see you. Second quarter. Defense hasn't shown a whole lot. And, the offense had a bad first drive. We'll get the chair to spare here in case we need it. They had a bad first drive, but then we rocked and rolled. So love to see that. We said pregame, we're like, hey, the one thing that we need to continue to do is get Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow working early. So just giving an update on where Joe Burrow is. 6 for 10, a touchdown, 68 yards. Chase Brown, 3 attempts for 13 yards, longest being that 11-yard run with the stiff arm. Trevor Lawrence is 9 for 13 with 119. 9 for 13, my bad. Connor Chewy said, let's go, Jags, baby, plus 150. You're a fool, Connor. Everyone called Connor a fool. No Jags fans in here. Fool. I'll start it here. Ready? Fool. No plus 150 Jags bets. We're going Who Days. So here we go. 2nd and 3. Trevor Lawrence looking over to the right side of the field. Man open for the first down. First down was an inevitability. There on just the hook route. Houday from New Jersey. Hey, Houday. Houday. This is going to be a good game, Connor. I'm just messing with you. Houday, though. Houday's way better than Duval. Duval. 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Jacksonville on their side of the field. They're going to have the jet sweep. It's going to be a gain of 8 yards. That was to Brown. Nate Johnson says we need Stewart to cause havoc. Which I think is the plot point of the movie Stuart Little 2. 2nd and 1. Handoff to Etienne, and they're at midfield. All right, I gotta get this chair around me. This isn't good. AJ, I want one positive thing. AJ Worst, he's a faithful viewer, watcher. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. But AJ, I need like one positive thing. Just say one positive. Just give me a positive in the chat. Every negative thing needs one positive. T-Law, 1st and 10. 13-11 to play here in the half. They're at midfield. 3 wide, 2 to the open side of the field. Trevor Lawrence rolling out right. Has a man that's going to have a first down or just short of it. That is Travis Hunter. Heard he had a good college career. Now showing highlights of the New England-Miami game. And I heard Miami already had a players-only meeting. Those are always good to have week 1. Second and 1. $12:30 to play in the half. Pitch play out to Travis Etienne Jr., and he's got a huge edge. And he's working all the way down just outside of the 11-yard line. It's a gain of about 40 yards. First big run play of the game for either team. It's a gain of 30 yards. They got that edge. Man, a huge block of our cornerback. Yeah, Juan Drago Turner just got manhandled by Brian Thomas Jr. Handoff to Etienne. And if you took the over in this one, you like what you're seeing right now. 2nd and 7. How can a defense be this bad in the National Football League? You guys aren't a big fan of Chef Golden, the Golden Chef. Just let Al Golden stunt on this Liam Cohen offense. 2nd and 7 from the 8. So basically 2nd and goal. Dropping back to pass. It's a screen play, and yeah. Just a missed tackle right there. Had a man right there. 2-team. A screen play. Who was that? Shamar Stewart that got cooked on the screen? It was one shimmy and right past him. Yep. One shimmy. And 2-team gets in the end zone. So a quick answer back for Jacksonville. And I got the chair to spare. It's behind me. I got it. In case I need it. 10:54 to play. Just a reminder, Off the Bench will be back tomorrow. Stone Shield Show will be back tomorrow. Start at 10 a.m. It's been a long week. Sorry we missed you for the last 2 days of this past week, but hopefully we're talking about another Cincinnati Bengals dub. Is this Jags team? So I'm gonna get ahead of this, and maybe I'm just trying to cope with what we're currently going as I'm taking a seat here. We'll get this camera on down, but maybe I'm just trying to cope with what's currently going on. But is this Jags team? They look like contenders in that AFC South, do they not? I mean, the Colts looked good. I think we can agree that the Texans, who were the favorites, didn't look great, but they're still probably pretty good. Is the AFC South not bad this year? People are asking. People are asking. For some reason, I'm drawing a blank on the fourth AFC South team. Someone help me out. Jags, Colts, Texans. Why am I drawing a blank? Tennessee. I think Tennessee might not be that bad either. So I think Tennessee actually might be a little better than people are anticipating. And I think that a lot of that falls on Cam Ward. I know people are growing weary of Brian Callahan down there. Maybe it's just because I'm a Bengals fan and want Brian Callahan to succeed. But all right, we're getting back up. Got the breather. These legs ran 7 miles this morning, so they're a little tired. Man, Cincinnati looks beautiful. Kathy Bates is not playing by the rules, guys. New Matlock this Sunday, October 12th. New season starts. I know that's a Family Guy bit, but that is really funny when these broadcasters have to. And I don't know if they actually did an ad read for that, but it's always funny when they have to do it's like, hey, it's 27-24 here, but make sure to watch Chicago PD this Tuesday. A return out to the 33-yard line. Taj Brooks. So here we go. That was a good return. Joe looked really good, made 2 really good throws on the run. We've gotten 1 turnover already, and we're already down 14-7. Should be down a lot more. So let's make the most of it. 1st and 10, we're starting over at the 34-yard line, 10:49 to play. Joe looks right. A lot of time in the pocket, dumps it down to Chase Brown, and it's going to be incomplete as he throws it at his feet. A lot of time there. Nothing was open. A flag? A flag? First flag of the game? 10:44. First flag of the game. Pass interference on the defense. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Travis Hunter. Play just illegal contact. Just play the game without breaking the rules. Just play the game without breaking the rules, dude. I mean, don't get mad at me just because we're calling the game. So 2nd and 5. Wait, it's going to be 1st and 10. Yeah, 1st and 10. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown after the 5-yard penalty. And it's going to be a gain of 3 yards. So 2nd and 7. Second and 7. Joe Burrow talking at the line. He's got 10 seconds to run a snap. Alone in the backfield. Looking at the open side of the field, now to the short side. Passing it downfield, throws it up to Andre Yoshivas, who is hit as he's coming down and pushed out of play by Travis Hunter. He brought it in, but wasn't able to get the feet down. Just a really high pass from Joe and a really nice snag from Andre. Yeah, and he just didn't come down with it. And the ball hit the ground as he was coming down. So good job by Travis Hunter. That's a really nice play. Really high pass from Joe. A little errant, I'd say. Third and 7. 3 seconds on the play clock. And there it is. Woo! Knew you're going to use one of them eventually. We're going to use our first timeout. And that's not a good timeout. That is a great timeout. That is a great timeout. And I don't speculating here, right? I'm speculating on what happens. But if I had to guess why we continue to have those timeouts as the play clock expires, is I think that Zach Taylor, who's calling plays, gets the play in a little slow. Joe, who has the ability to audible at the line, needs to audible because it's not going to work on a pretty big play here, and doesn't have the time to audible to the proper play. So he has to burn a timeout. So I think it's just indecision is what causes those. Once again, I'm not down there. I don't know. That's just what I think is happening. So Joe's alone in the backfield. Jamar Chase is going to move in motion 5 wide. They bring 5. Looking for the first down. Completed? Yeah, bring it in. It's 2. The one thing about the Bengals' skill positions that they have, and I'll keep messing with this mic the entire game, but the one thing about the Bengals' skill positions that we have is how multifaceted they are. Like T and Jamar are both elite receivers. They both have different skill traits, and I think that's what makes our offense play so particularly great at times. So it's going to be a first down, and that's a huge first down. We are at midfield. Joe Burrow's going under center. Doesn't even attempt to fake the handoff. Play wasn't there. There's going to be a penalty flag thrown in the backfield, and it looks like it's going to be a hold on the Bengals. So the penalty is called on Travis Hunter for holding. I'm kidding. It was called on Drew Sample. They're really messing up these graphic packages. Must be a rookie team. Don't blame Drew Sample. That wasn't Drew Sample's fault. It wasn't Drew Sample's fault. I don't care if it was or not. It wasn't. First and 20. They can bring pressure here because we're probably going to throw the ball 3 times. And it's going to be incomplete, and they do bring pressure. Joe had to get rid of it quickly, dumped it on the hook route, just the check down. Second and 20, 9:02 to play in the half. Burrow not happy. No, I wouldn't be either. Make sure to catch Slime Time on Wednesdays at 5 Eastern on Paramount Plus. Nickelodeon's Slime Time. It's good. No free ads. Joe is trying to escape a sack, and he's not good enough. Can't Houdini out of that one, and it's going to be third and a $10 Uber drive to a first down. So I had a nice little drive. The holding penalty and a lot of pressure. And this is where it's first and 20. The Jags can just, start sitting in the house and really get after them. Oh, no. And Joe's down on the field. It's his ankle. Can't get up. He's laying down. Oh, my God. He's hurt. He's actually hurt. He's actually hurt. He's legitimately hurt. Ankle twisted up. I don't know if it's his ankle or his knee. 2 games. 2 games before we got injured. 3rd and 25. You hope it's the fact that he couldn't get up. He's tough. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Zoom in here. But, I mean, he took way too many hits in the first week. He's already got hit like 5 times this week. The line just isn't doing well enough for him. And he's down, he's hurt. And it's the one thing that can just kill any momentum, any excitement in this city. Because now we've seen it 2 times for sure mid-game where he's had a season-ending injury. And we saw it, well, we didn't see it, but the non-contact injury in training camp a couple years ago that left him hobbled for 4 or 5 weeks into the regular season. 3 lower body injuries now, including this one, and 1 wrist injury. And if he's hurt, I don't know what to say. Because I want to, like, the positive person in me wants to at least acknowledge that the Bengals have tried to help him out. But point blank, they've failed on that line. Orlando Brown's one of the bigger signings that the Bengals have had in my lifetime. But they've just simply failed. He's off on his own power. So he is walking around, which is, I guess, a good thing, but I think he even knows that it's not good. So we'll see Drake Browning on 3rd and 1,000,000. And they'll hand the ball off to Chase Brown, who will get a gain of about 6 yards before they punt it away. Here, I'll listen to you, Captain Buckeye. I'll turn my hat around. Dale Bloom, they tried to help out as long as it doesn't cost a lot. I disagree. I think they've spent money on offensive. The problem with trying to spend money on offensive line is those players don't come around. Like, because it is such a valuable position, you don't let great offensive linemen leave. You don't. Just like you don't let a great quarterback leave. To be honest, the only players where you're going to find, premier talent in free agency are guys like running backs that, for whatever reason, you can draft and get pretty good production. Safeties, linebackers at times. But edge rushers, quarterbacks, and linemen, tackles, they just don't hit the free agency market all that often. And now can our defense step up? I call this the chair of despair, and I don't even know what to say. So he's in that blue tent. Man, oh man. I mean, what a disaster. We got a football game to play. Come on. You can't let that phase the rest of the team. I mean, I know the stadium's absolutely deflated right now. But you can't let that phase. And I'm sitting down too. But we still got a football game to play. Joe walking off on his own power was good to see, and there's an incomplete pass to at least put them behind the chains. All right, let's go. We're doing this. We're not gonna do this. No time for pity in the NFL. As you can see, I'm a master. It's a master class with this camera. All right, 2nd and 10. 7:58. Browning did beat the Jags a couple years ago. Remember, the Jacksonville Jaguars were in line for the first overall seed in the playoffs, and we broke them with Jake Browning. That's right. Let's get up on that. 2nd and 10. Need a big play here. Handoff to Travis Etienne Jr. We bring him down 3 yards of a gain. Hit him just beyond the line of scrimmage. Here we go. 3rd and long. I'm telling you right now, guys, we get to stop and we go score in any capacity. We get to stop here on this 3rd down and we go score in any capacity. You'll put some wind back in the sails. We can't worry about Joe too much right now. We got a football game to play. He's in the blue tent. He walked off on his own. I don't know what that means, but let's get a stop here. 3rd and 6. They're going to have 3 to the open side of the field. Ball on the left hash mark. Flag. That's intercepted. That's intercepted. There was a flag thrown as the play. That's intercepted. Bengals with the ball at the 30-yard line. Let's see what the flag is. Flag was thrown just as the snap. And Trevor Lawrence is walking off the field. Let's go. Let's go. That's a pick, baby. Did Trevor throw that because he thought it was offsides? Illegal shift called on the offense, and that's a big turnover. Let's go score. Let's go put points on the board for Joe. For Joe. That's just a bad pass. Brian Thomas Jr. got a little scared. And Joe's walking back into the locker room. Can't worry about that. They're going to keep showing him. He's hobbling around. Oh, man. Oh. All right, Jake Browning. Ball on the 30-yard line. They run a jet sweep to Uno. Uno trying to turn it upfield, gets a gain of 7 yards. Let's see what bag of trips we got. He's needing help off the field. Stop showing me Joe Burrow. I know you're trying to show me the most important thing right now, which is Joe Burrow walking off the field. I don't need to see it. Golly. All right, let's score. Let's go win this game. He ain't coming back this game, guys. Let's win this game. Let's start 2-0. Jake Browning in the pistol formation, hands the ball off to Chase Brown. It's a gain of a yard. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Don't accept 3. Don't accept 3 yet. Third and 2. 2 turnovers by the Jags. Come on, let's move the chains. Vertical threats are probably negated here, at least until the second half. We're going to hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Again, he's got the first down. They move the chains. That's a big run. That's a big boy run. I wouldn't be opposed to see a try at the zone here. Golly. 1st and 10 from the 20. Bengals have had 2 less first downs than the Jags. That's kind of surprising. Jake Browning rolling out to his right. Drew Sample picking up the slack. Jake, get rid of it. He floats one out of play. There goes all of our hopes and dreams limping into the x-ray room. Guys, I'm going to ask you something here. I know it's all you're thinking about, but let's score. Let's focus in on the rest of this half. We'll get updates from Joe. He's not coming back to play tonight. We need Jake Browning to win this game. And the best we can hope for is that it's a minor injury that's going to take a month to deal with. Jake Browning played very well a couple years ago. Can he win a couple of games? Can he get us to 500 while he plays and gets Joe back? That's all we can hope for, and that's what I'm going to hope for right now. So first things first, win this game where the Jags have already given us 2 turnovers. 2nd and 10. Jake Browning, a lot of pressure. He's getting sacked and brought down to the 28. All right, run the ball and let's kick it. So Jake is sacked. Man, they've got a good defensive line, don't they? They've been pressuring us all day. And I know our offensive line isn't very good. Cody Ford, you're killing it, big guy. You're killing it. And by killing it, you're killing this season. 3rd and 18. Right now, kick would be a 45-yarder. We're getting it out to Uno. Make a play. Make a play. Uno on the slant. Jamar Chase gets us 4th and 4. Let's just kick it. Let's just kick it. Who is Jake's quarterback backup? Is that no? Dez got. Is it Logan Woodside? Who is our third? Someone tell me the depth chart. Who's our 3rd string quarterback? So Evan McPherson's coming out for a kick to make it a 4-point game. 31-yard attempt. It's up and through the uprights. It's 14-10, and I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Woo! 14-10. 3:28 to play. We get the ball at half. We've got 2 timeouts. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. All right, Brett is our practice squad QB. Why does it look like no one is blocking? That's a good question. I mean, the Jags have a good defensive line. They really do. They put a lot of pressure, but our offensive line has looked pitiful today. Pitiful. Absolutely pitiful. And I refuse, I'm telling you guys right now, I refuse to acknowledge the despair that is Joe Burrow long-term injury until this game is done. Until like we're out of it, or we've won it by 20 or lose it by 20, or the game is actually done. I'm not going to acknowledge that, because that's not what soldiers do. I'm a soldier, you're a soldier. Let's strap on that helmet. Let's get in our foxhole and let's win a ball game. That's all we can do. Joe gets hurt every season. You're not wrong. That is... All right, I'm not going to acknowledge it. I'm not going to acknowledge it. You're right, though. We're not going to talk about Joe too much. They'll talk about it at halftime, obviously. Andrew Collinsworth, Craig Sandlin coming up. But we have an opportunity. We'll see what happens here on the first couple plays, but... we got a 2-minute warning, 2 timeouts. They have moved the ball pretty well, other than their 2 turnovers. In fact, we've really had no negative defensive plays. We really haven't pushed them back on a run play. We haven't had a sack. It's just been 2 picks. And shout out to the defense through the first 2 weeks. 4 turnovers, 4 interceptions in the first six quarters, the first 3 halves. We soldier on. So there's the touchback. $3:28 to play here in the half. 3:28 to play here in the half. They're outgaining us 2-1. Yeah, they move the ball a lot more efficiently than we have. Trevor Lawrence dropping back to pass. Incomplete. That's huge. Flag thrown. Where's the flag at? Looks like it's on Jacksonville. As an illegal shift, they will decline. All right. I agree. I would take 1st and 20 over 2nd and 10, but I wouldn't take 1st and 15 over 2nd and 10. So they got to run the ball here, right? I feel like they got to run the ball here. And they do. Hand it off to Travis Etienne, and it's a great tackle. Demetrius Knight Jr., that's a great play. If he doesn't make that tackle, I mean, he's getting 10 plus. That is a huge play for the Rook. Golly, what a great play. That is huge, guys. And we're going to let the clock tick down. All right, I'm cool with that. We got our 2 timeouts. Two seconds to play. They snap it off. Trevor Lawrence looking downfield, and that's why you don't call a timeout. It's a huge gain for Brian Thomas Jr. We missed 2 tackles, and they're already in field goal range. It's a 40-yard gain. It's actually Etienne. Actually, I don't know who the heck that is. Sorry. Parker Washington. Thank you. So 1st and 10 from the 22-yard line. Final play. They get it off just before the 2-minute warning. Trevor Lawrence looking for the end zone. Picked! A 3rd interception! Woo! Huge! Now let's go score. Golly. It's hilarious. Like we said, that the only way this defense is going to be productive at all is having them. They are moving the ball at will. At will. It's been. He didn't catch it. I don't think he got that. Yeah, he didn't catch that. Yeah, he didn't catch that. But yeah, they're moving the ball at will. It's been 2 turnovers, almost 3. Yeah. Yep. Really excited for a second, but that'll be overturned. All right, 2nd and 10. Can we hold them to 3? Make it 17-10 with our ball. Start the second half. Let's get a sack. Or make it like 3rd and 9, and then we can call a timeout. Like if they run the ball here, we'd love 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8. But they are moving the ball at will. Streaming through here. All right. We got to hold them to 3. Hold them to 3. We're still in this because it's our ball at half. Obviously, it would take a stop right here and then maybe the capacity to get in field goal range or something like that. Maybe get a big play with Jamar Chase or T. Higgins. I mean, you got to remember the positive spin on this is remember 2 years ago, Joe Burrow gets hurt against the Baltimore Ravens. Thursday Night Football. Next game we play the Steelers. Looked terrible. Like there was a little bit of hope going into that Steelers game. Like, oh, who knows what happens? Can we muddy up a game and win it? No, we looked terrible. Got our ass kicked. The next week we play on Monday Night Football. Sunday Night Football is a primetime game against the Jacksonville Jaguars, who were in line at the moment to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I think they were like 10-1, 10-2, something like that. and we kind of kicked their tail. Jake Browning threw for like 375. It was a huge, huge game. It was one of the more fun games as a Bengals fan because the expectations were so dead low. And it was just a blast. Ran screens for 4 quarters and scored a lot. 30-plus points. Yeah, and we missed the playoffs. I'm just talking about, I guess what I'm saying is that was against the Jags. It was a different Jags team. It was a different Jags head coach. But that was against the Jags with Jake Browning. Can he do something similar today? Pipe dream, bro. Can we win the game? And we'll worry about what happens with 9 later. And there's going to be another illegal shift on the Jags. Throws away the ball. We've got to decline it, right? So it's going to be an illegal shift. So decline it, make it 3rd and 10. I mean, the Jags are moving this ball at will. There's no reason that they shouldn't be dominating this game. Like, it feels like this score should be 28-7. It really does. They've moved the ball at will. They're outgaining us like 3-1, probably close to it. BK19 said, Joe will be back next week. Love the optimism. I'm okay. If it is a minor injury. Please just don't play for a couple weeks. Like, let's get right as rain. But let's win this game. 3rd and 10. Trey Hendrickson. Just missed a sack. He's rolling out to his left. There's a flag. It's going to be a holding. He threw that well beyond the line of scrimmage. And there's going to be a flag in the end zone on defensive pass interference. So there's going to be 2 flags. They're going to offset one another. There should be 3, because he threw that beyond the line of scrimmage. He threw that like 3 yards past the line. So what happens when there's 2 penalties on one team and 1 penalty on the other? I really don't know. Believe in Jake the Snake. We're going to hiss today. Jake the Snake starts playing well. We're going to It looked like there was a holding penalty on their offense. There's a DPI on us, or a defensive holding, in the end zone. And then he threw the ball way past the line. I mean, he threw that ball 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. All offset. So they will call a penalty. Trevor's like, what about the penalty in the end zone? Does an illegal forward pass negate defensive pass interference? That I do not know. I can't hear, so you guys got to let me know. I mean, he threw that thing 3 yards past the line. I mean, that just can't happen. I'm a Trevor Lawrence believer, but that just can't happen. So they lose it down. Great. Yes, QB was past the line, so no DPI. Good. Yeah, that makes sense. Pass is illegal. "42-yard attempt. Hey, you at the field goal line. Miss it, miss it. Miss it, miss it. Come on. If he misses this, we got to do like the Joker in The Dark Knight. He missed. Nailed it. All right, 3 points for the Jags. It's a 1-score game. We got a $1:35 to play with 2 timeouts. They have 1 timeout, so it doesn't really, without 3 timeouts, unless 3 incompletions, it doesn't seem like Jacksonville's going to get the ball back. But they could, I guess. You get the ball at half, you all know what that means. I think that he's going to be a conservative coach here. And listen, if there's a time to be a conservative coach, probably when you just lost your elite quarterback. likely for some significant time. Would be a good time to do it. But I digress. Let's get... Anyone have that? That's a little 2-for-1 action. It's a little 2-for-1 action. Let's get 2-for-1s. Here, I'll get one in there. That's Craig in the chat, but that's Readeroo. 2-for-1s. 2-for-1s. All right, let's go score. $1:35, 2 timeouts. Win the game. Win the game. Worry about everything else later. You can't worry about what's happening back home when you're in the heat of battle. Win the game. Here we go. Here we go. On a side note, that aren't Bengals fans, God bless anyone that took Jamar Chase 1 of 1 in their fantasy football league. But here we go. Got a $1.05. I thought we had longer. Our ball at half. $1.35. Good return out past the 30 to the 40-yard line. Huge. That boy Taj. That's a huge return. Have you noticed? So I think it's just the way that these, or that's Samaje, my bad, not Taj Brooks. Samaje. More teams are using running backs to return the ball because it's more like they're set up like run plays where it used to be like just speed mattered. So we got a trips package to the open side of the field. Ball's on the right hash mark. Screen play. Jamar Chase on the reception. He's out. He's got some room to run. And he's in to Jacksonville Jaguars side of the... I'm so flustered. That's huge. Here, Jake Browning completes a pass to Jamar Chase for another Cincinnati Bengals. First down. We got playmakers. We got playmakers. Come on. 1st and 10. Killed 13 seconds. Then you have to use a timeout. He was pushed out of play. Ball on the 35-yard line. Just outside of field goal range, or I guess basically just in it. Jake Browning, dropping back to pass. Looking over the right side of the field. Throws it behind T. Higgins. Bad throw. Tried to throw a back shoulder ball to T. T kept moving. Incomplete pass. Yeah, just T didn't see it quick enough. Actually, I guess that's not the end of the world on the ball. That was a bad pass. It was a bad pass. That's what it was. Second and 10. Trips to the right side. So 3rd and 11. We're just going to run the ball here? Is that what we're going to do and just kick a 52-yard field goal? Is that what's going to happen? We've got 47 seconds here. That seems like what's going to happen. Samaje. It'd be a 44-yard field goal now. Jay can't take a sack. Throwing it downfield, and it's intercepted. Overthrew his man by 3 yards, and it's intercepted. The only thing that would have been worse than, it's the same outcome. A sack and a pick. But there's a pick. And where it would have been a long, long field goal, it looked like they were going to Yoshi, and Yoshi thought it was such a high pass that he didn't even attempt to go for it. So, would have been about a 55-yard field goal, 54-yard field goal. Instead, it's a pick, and the Bengals aren't going to get a 2-for-1, but they return with an interception of their own. Is Jacksonville going to try and score here? Trevor Lawrence, they're starting out at the 27-yard line. Trevor dropping back to pass, looking downfield, evades a sack. Rolling out to his left, heaves it down, and it's caught. Oh, my God. Thank God it wasn't caught. It was tipped backwards, and a man was coming up, Hail Mary-esque. They were just trying to tip it. Oh, my God. It was clearly a Hail Mary-esque play that they were just trying. Was it, or was Thomas actually trying to catch it? No, he's trying to catch it. It was just tipped. Travis Hunter was right there. Oh, my God. 2nd and 10. Now are they going to run it? Just take it into the end zone, brother. You ran 10 seconds off. Screen play. To Brown, and that'll be the final play of that. So, here's where we're at. It's 17-10. The Bengals got outplayed in just about every facet. They outgained us, the stats here, and then Craig Sandlin and Andrew Collinsworth, we'll get to it here in a second, but just looking at the box score, they outgained us 267 to 131. So double the play, double the yardage. And really the only thing that saved us was the 2 interceptions, one which was on the goal line, and then obviously the other one that let us score 3 points. We got 10 points off those turnovers, which is our 10 points. So it's 17-10 at halftime. I don't know if they'll have an update for Joe Burrow, but we're going to go into half. So, Craig, go ahead and throw that graphic up, and we'll get you all situated.
Yeah, I thought that after that first offensive drive for the Bengals that they started to move the ball pretty well. And then it's hard to even really care about the outcome of the game right now. My mind is not really there anymore just because, I think Browning is a capable backup, but he's a capable backup. He's not Joe Burrow. So it's really tough to move my mind away from that right now.
All right, well, let's take a look at the first half stats, and then we'll talk about just that. Bengals, trail the Jaguars 17-10. Apologize, I'll update that real quick. 17-10. Joe Burrow, before going down with his injury, 7 of 13 for 76 yards and a touchdown. Left the game with 8:36 left in that second quarter. Chase Brown, 7 carries for 25 yards. Jamar Chase, 8 for 82 and a touchdown. T. Higgins, 2 catches, 14 yards, and Noah Fant, 1 for 25. On the other side, Trevor Lawrence is 14 of 24, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, but he does have those 2 vital interceptions on the ground. Travis Etienne Jr., 7 for 49. Basil Tootin, 3 for 15. In the air, Parker Washington had a 40-yard catch. He's got 2 for 60. Diami Brown, 4 for 42 and a tutty. Basil Tootin made Cam Sample look silly on a screen pass. He finds the end zone, 2 catches for 32 yards there. Brian Thomas Jr., 2 for 25. Travis Hunter, 3 catches, 22 yards. But look, Andrew, at the end of the day, I think there's one storyline that everybody wants to talk about at this point, and that is Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow sacked with 8 minutes left in that second quarter by Eric Armstead, sacked around the ankle. The report from the sideline was that it was his other ankle that they were actually looking at. His left ankle was the one that was injured. On the replay, it looked almost like his cleat got stuck and kind of kept it from being able to extend as he went down. But I don't think I have to ask you this, but for the value of the halftime show, how big of a blow is it that Joe Burrow may not be back into this game?
It's everything. From the game standpoint and from the season standpoint, from the organization standpoint, just in terms of the everything. I mean, he's everything to the franchise. He's everything to the city. And it's so tough. And they might find a way to squeak out a win here today. And, that's great and all. But until we get a full report on him, my optimism is waning.
And I don't want to label, I know a lot of people already have at this point. I don't want to go as far as labeling Joe Burrow as injury prone, but it would be remiss if we didn't take a look at that injury history. And we go all the way back to the College Football Playoff National Championship, where he suffered torn rib cartilage in January of 2020. And then we all know that he tore his PCL, MCL, and ACL against Washington in week 11 of his rookie year. Missed a significant portion of time then. Came back in 2021, dislocated his pinky against the Chargers late in the season, and then twisted his knee at the end of the game against the Kansas City Chiefs in January of 2022. And then, didn't affect anything, but at the end of the Super Bowl, suffered an MCL sprain in 2022. And then, the offseason heading into the 23 season, strains his calf, is limited throughout training camp, returned, missed 1 game, and then comes back and then re-injured himself. And then obviously we all know November of 2023, week 11 against the Ravens, leaves with a right wrist injury, unable to return that season, and is out for the entire year. Lucky to have him all of last year, but here we are now, week 2 of season in 2025, and down with a ankle injury in week 2. Obviously, we hope that it isn't serious. We don't have any sort of update that I have seen just yet on Joe Burrow's injury. Actually, they just tweeted it out as I say that. Joe Burrow, a left toe injury is the official diagnosis, not the ankle, left toe injury. His return is, quote, questionable. Jake Browning in relief here, 4 for 7, 46 yards, a big chunk of that on the screen to Jamar Chase. So, look, I don't want to get into too much here because we don't know the extent of the injury yet. For all we know, he could get a shot, come back out, and be able to finish this game up. If it's a toe injury, that might be different than an ankle injury. It might be different to treat. But the bottom line here is that the main storyline coming out of this one will be Joe Burrow's injury and his health moving forward in this season. There's no doubt that it is imperative for him to be healthy if we expect this team to compete for a Super Bowl like many thought was possible. And we move on. Obviously, this injury occurs because of the O-line pressure that happens. Omarius Mims leaves the game briefly. Cody Ford replaces him at the tackle position. Defense seemingly all over Bengals quarterbacks there in the first half. Jaguars officially with 3 sacks on the first half. What do you need to see out of this Bengals O-line in the second half if they want to win this game, Andrew?
Obviously trying to stop the pass rush. And this has been an ongoing theme. And I feel like every time that, the Bengals O-line doesn't play well, we kind of give them excuses sometimes. Oh, well, the Jaguars have a great defensive line, or the Steelers have a great defensive line. And it's like, you've invested into this position now. And for every offseason since Joe has been here pretty much. And the fact that you still cannot keep a quarterback upright. And, I'd be lying if I said that every time one of our quarterbacks, specifically Joe, took a hit, I didn't wince. But it's just the fact that, like, we just can't seem to put together a full game at offensive line. I can't remember a time where I was like, wow, they played really, really well today. And if it was because we were playing, the 32nd ranked defense in the league. So they just have to be better against these teams that have good pass rushes. Like these, you've put so much money and draft capital into this position. Why have we continuously done that and still not seen the results? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Certainly something that this Bengals, team tried to address in the offseason, but I don't know that they did enough. And Reid talked about it during the game, obviously. Drafting Dylan Fairchild, I'm all for, but this team continually tries to find cheap solutions for the major issues rather than actually addressing them in a major way. Either through the draft or through free agency. At some point, if they really want to go all in, they're going to have to address that and really invest in that position. I'm all about Dalton Reisner. I think he was a great signing, but the truth of the matter is that there's a reason he was available a week before the season. So we'll see how that plays out. Obviously, this Bengals O-line has only played together so much at this point, so they're still working out kinks. New O-line coach, so they're working through it, but definitely a key moving forward. Look, the only reason, Andrew, that this Bengals team at this point is even in this game is because the Jaguars have two big turnovers, several missed tackles that I noticed that we've talked about. I thought that they were tackling better last week, but several missed tackles this week. Cam Sample looks silly. Several DBs missed tackles on a pass there towards the end of the half to Parker Washington, allows them to pick up 40. The highs and the lows of the Cincinnati Bengals defense that has been for the last several years. Any positives here at this point other than the turnovers for you on the defensive side of the ball?
None other than the turnovers. I mean, that was really the only reason, like you said, that they're in this game. And, I think that's great. If that's what they're going to play for, that's a strategy that you can try to do. And it's going to be at times inconsistent. You're going to give up points that way, but you're banking on the big play. The one thing about the turnovers so far is that they really haven't been like the defense making a great play. It's kind of been mistakes by the offense and just being in the right place at the right time. And there's something to be said for that as well. That's important. Right there, the pick by Dax Hill, Trey Hendrickson got pressure. That's the first turnover of the year that I really thought, oh, wow, they made a good defensive play on that. The other times it was just, being alert. And there is value there. I don't want to discredit that. But when I think about like the third interception that eventually got called back from Geno Stone, that was the first time that I was like, wow, that coverage was really good. That's why they got the interception. The other 3 or 4 interceptions that have happened, I wasn't like blown away by the coverage. It was just happened to be an underthrown ball or a drop pass or whatever. So there's a lot of different, like the one that Jordan Battle picked off Brian Thomas Jr. looked like he could have had that easily, and he just stopped his route, which is what the announcers were talking about. I mean, they've gotten lucky a few times, and so that's why I'm a little concerned that that type of strategy is not going to be consistent enough to win you ball games, especially when you play some quarterbacks who are better at taking care of the football than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, even like you mentioned, even the 2 turnovers that happened last week, there were tipped balls that could have been caught by the offense that they didn't come down with. Ultimately, the defense gets the takeaway and is able to capitalize on that. But at some point, they're going to have to actually make a play. Trey Hendrickson did cause that first initial kind of flutter ball. It looked like Trevor Lawrence tried to get that ball into the end zone as Trey was hitting him or at least putting pressure on him. caused a poor throw. But yeah, to your point, this defense has been more lucky than forcing, and certainly would like to see them force a little bit more and continue to get pressure on Trevor Lawrence. All right, before we come back from the second half in just a couple moments, let's take a look around the NFL and give you an update on what's happening elsewhere. The Baltimore Ravens have a 10-3 lead. That one already underway in the third quarter over the Cleveland Browns. Lamar Jackson, 12 of 19, 137 yards and a touchdown. Derrick Henry, just 5 carries for 5 yards. The Browns were talking some trash this week. They have bottled up Derrick Henry so far. In Pittsburgh, the DK Metcalf revenge game. Pittsburgh has a 14-7 lead over the Seattle Seahawks. Aaron Rodgers, 7 of 15 for 45 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown went to none other than DK Metcalf. Jalen Warren in that one, 12 carries for 49 yards. Bills are up on the Jets, 20-3 in that one at halftime. Josh Allen, 8 of 6 for 70 yards. James Cook, 2 rushing touchdowns, 10 carries, 83 yards. Giants are up on the Cowboys, 13-10. Bears, 28-14, trailing to the Detroit Lions. Titans, 13-10 lead over the Rams. Patriots are trailing the Dolphins, 17-15, and the 49ers have a 16-7 lead over the New Orleans Saints. And with that, we'll send it back to Readeroo for your second half coverage.
All right, here we go. It is time to get nasty. It is time to win this game no matter what. And that's what we're going to do. I, for some reason, have a lot of faith in Jake Browning to win this game. So 1st and 10, we hand the ball off to Chase Brown to start our drive. It's going to be 2nd and 7. We really, really needed points on that drive after the big catch from Jamar Chase. Obviously didn't get it, but here we are. It's going to be 2nd and 5. Joe Burrow's injury is a left toe injury, which gives me a little bit of, makes me a little happier, right? Makes me a little happier. But regardless, as I've said before, we went into half, this is a battle. Let's just win the battle. So we're handing the ball off to Chase Brown. He spins out a 1 tackle and gets the first down. And it's going to, listen, we're going to need a lot from Chase Brown. We really are. He's going to be a big part of the reason why we do it. It's going to be the run game. It's not just Chase Brown. It's obviously the offensive line. Let's get some pushes forward, and let's get in the end zone. Down 7. Ball at the 35-yard line. Chase Brown to Jake Browning's left. Back-to-back run plays get us a first down. We're going to pass here on 1st and 10, and we're going down deep. Have a man wide open. It's Jamar Chase. Jake Browning completes a pass to Jamar Chase for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Cross midfield, wide open. And that's great. Great play call. This is my problem with fans that always complain about play call. And, you have a right to fan however you want. But it's such a mundane thing. You can always just look at results. If that play's incomplete, we're like, why did we throw the ball downfield after getting 2 consecutive run plays for a first down? And that's why you throw the ball downfield, because they think we're going to run the heck out of the ball. So you get Jamar Chase open downfield, you pass it to him. Pitch play to Chase Brown for a gain of 4. Jamar. Second and 7. He had 1,400 yards last year. Had 50 in week 1, 36 right now. Chase Brown's going to find the end zone before the end of this game. Ball from the 37-yard line. Jake peers the field, finds Jamar Chase, who's been open all day. He's having a great game, Jamar Chase is. He's been open all day. Already up over 120 yards passing, receiving. So 1st and 10, we're moving the ball downfield. Win the game. Win the game. Ball in between the 24 and 25. Just a pass play out to Jamar. That's not even a screen play, guys. That's not even a bubble screen or any screen play. That's just getting the ball to Jamar Chase as quick as possible and say, hey, you're one of the best playmakers in the league. Go make a play. And what did he do? He made a freaking play. A gain of 9 yards. I think he got the first down. This is what you do. You lean on playmakers. First and 10 from the 13. Looking for the end zone. Oh! Tutty? Mitchell Tinsley? Tinsley Town? They giving it to us? They giving it to us? Oh! Baby! I don't know if it'll stand. Oh! I don't think he got that left foot down. Oh! Come on. Did we get it down? They giving it to us? Hell yeah, they're giving it to us, baby. Mitchell Tinsley, you dirty dog. Did it sleazily. Let's go. That is huge. That is huge. I'm sorry, I'm yelling. What a drive. We're winning this ball game. PAT is up through the uprights. You're singing, I'm singing, we're all singing. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry, here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute, run, pass, or boot, and defensively he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Let's get a stop. Golly. Huge. Mitchell Tinsley, have a day. Mitchell Tinsley, what a drive. The calf came down. Is that what it was? Crazy. What a play. Man, 17-17. Now, can the defense get a 3 and out? I know it's crazy. But can the defense get a 3 and out? Tinsley needs more snaps. Who's he taking snaps from? That's an incredible play. But listen, that's another target. We've got 3 of them now between him, Andre Yoshivas, and T. Higgins, to where we can toss the ball up near the end zone. But who's he taking snaps from? Felons thought it was funny how I said 3 and out. We're getting one. We're getting one, baby. Sound the horn. Al Golden's defense is coming to play. Mitchell Tinsley, what a play. Just toss that thing up. Did you see Charlie Jones looking at him? Charlie Jones was just enamored. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones. Who dey? Come on, D. Give us some likes. Give us some likes for Mitchell Tinsley. Tinsley TDs deserves likes, right? Tinsley TDs deserve likes. Did you have a Mitchell Tinsley touchdown on the scorecard? And that's a great special teams play, baby. Look at that game tackle. This team's come firing. This team's fired up. Let's go. Sometimes in life, sometimes in sports, you need something bad to happen to really fire you up. You need something bad to just put your arms around and say, listen, we got you today. Golly. What a tackle from the special teams. I'm fired up. Let's rock and roll, baby. Did you cry when we went to the Super Bowl? Yeah, I cried. First play is a handoff to Travis Etienne Jr. It's a gain of 4 yards. I cry on... I don't know. Why are you asking if we saw Charlie Jones? LOL. They aren't airing it down in Louisiana. He was... Charlie Jones was just sitting there smiling, sitting next to Mitchell Tinsley, like enamored by him. Real men cry. Dang right. Dang right. 2nd and 6. Trevor Lawrence takes the snap, sends a man in motion. He's under center. Once again going to Travis Etienne Jr., and we swallow him up after a gain of 3 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 2. It's 3rd down. Come on. One time. Just like a red octagon. Let's get a stop. Trevor Lawrence dropping back to pass. Incomplete pass. Trey Hendrickson breaking it up. Is it a fumble? They're letting it run. They're letting it run. They're letting it run. Stopped out at the 1 yard line. It's a touchdown. He hit the pylon. He hit the pylon. All right, we'll see what the call is. I mean, it's an incomplete pass at the very worst. At the best, it's a touchdown. Felons laughed at my 3 and 8 comment, 3 and out comment. Oh! Are we throwing the flag? Throw the red flag? Throw the red flag? Throw the red flag? Maybe? No? Throw the red flag? Throw the red flag? Hey, toss it. Hey, toss it. Toss it on the ground. Zach, come on. It's right in your pocket. It's right in your pocket. Just throw it on the ground. See what happens. See what happens. I mean, like, that's a big challenge. Like, it's not like it's not like a 15-yard gain. That's a huge. All right. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones with the return. He's out to the 23-yard line went across the field. I can't believe they didn't challenge that play. I can't believe they didn't challenge that play. We'll see. Guys, if any more news, and I don't know if there will be any more news, but if there's any more news about Joe Burrow's injury, please put it in the chat because I can't scroll X during this whole thing. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones is an elite return man. An elite return man. We also, I know he's questionable. I know I saw it earlier. I know it's a left toe. He's not going to come back. I would be incredibly surprised if he come back. The thing about Charlie Jones gets a lot of flack for his returns because it feels like he does it consistently get 15-something yards. If your return man gets 1 touchdown a year, he got 1 last year, I'm cool with it, right? Like, good return men get 1 or 2 touchdowns a year. Zach is asleep at the wheel just like the Reds manager. Wasn't that a forced fumble? It certainly looked like one. You've got to... I don't know if we would have gotten it overturned, the challenge, but you've got to weigh when you're going to decide if you're going to challenge a play. You've got to weigh the outcome if it's right. Like if it's a marginal call and it's the difference between a 10-yard gain or not, like that, it's like, all right, I'm not gonna throw my flag. A timeout's probably worth more than this 10-yard play to start the third quarter. But where one of the outcomes is a touchdown, a defensive touchdown, or getting the ball at the 23-yard line, like that feels pretty significant. Like I'm cool with losing a timeout trying to get that, especially when you got your backup quarterback in. And I know he just had a great drive. Like that's... All right, so here's our offense. 17 all, 9:19 to play here in the third. Golly, what a great drive. They say that touchdown was an 11-minute drive? That can't be right. Okay, they blew the whistle. Okay. Like I said, I can't hear the... Thank you, Craig, for putting that in there. I can't hear the game, so maybe I should start like wearing an AirPod or something just so I can at least hear what the broadcasters are talking about. So 1st and 10 from the 23. Browning first down to Yoshi. Hop on that dinosaur's back, Mario. It's a me, Yoshi. That's not how that works. 1st and 10. Showing highlights from the Baltimore Ravens game. I'll tell you what, guys. Baltimore Ravens, I think it's them or the Packers are the best teams in the league at this moment. Eagles too. Any of those three teams. And I know the Ravens lost last week, but they outplayed them. All right, 1st and 10 from the 35. We're handing the ball off to Chase. That's a really good tackle. That's a really good tackle by Hines Allen. Chase Brown, if he gets away from that, gains 5 yards. Susan Luby wants a score box. Hear about this. I got something for you. Second and 10. Browning. Soft pass this time out to Noah Fant. It's going to be 3rd and long. About 3rd and 7, so long isn't necessarily the right thing. Third and 6. Come on. Big chance to get a first down here. Move those chains. Keep the momentum on your side. Keep the momentum on your side. Jake drops back to pass. He's rolling out to the right. He's got to get rid of it. He's throwing downfield. He's got to... It's picked off. What a play. It's picked off. They're returning it. They're across midfield into the 30, and he's brought down at the 31-yard line. I need to see that replay again. That's a heck of a play, man. Yeah, you can't force that. I agree. I mean, you're going downfield. I actually don't hate forcing it that far downfield. Guy made a really nice play. And a nice return. Made a really nice play. All right, so they're in field goal range. Let's get you this score bug. I was trying to stay away from it. So it's going to be their ball. Second down, gain here. Shamar Stewart with a, man, you got to come up with that play, man. All right, I got to lock in here. Next time out commercial, we'll get the score bug at the top of the screen. 2nd and 5. Trevor Lawrence, they are in field goal range, out at the 29, in between or 24. Flag, it's going to be an offsides, or a false start. False start on the offense. .6:32 to play here in the third. (17-17). Screenplay. And they're going to get 4 yards on the screen to the open side of the field. Parker Washington on the catch. If he can hold him to 3 here, that'd be pretty big after that return from the pick. A lot of turnovers in this game. 2 for us, 2 for them. So we're evened out. Although their 1 turnover was huge because they were near the goal line. 3rd and 4. Man in motion, stops, 4 wide for Trevor Lawrence. Hands the ball off to Travis Etienne. He's gonna have the first down. They'll move the chains. Come on. Have to hold him here. We're winning this ball game. We're winning this ball game. We came flying out like a bat out of hell to start the second half. Got the big 3 and out. Got the big touchdown. Have to hold that momentum. Can't let this be a dagger. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. It's going to be the jet sweep. It's going to be a big gain of 7.5 to 8 yards. 2nd and 1. So 2nd and 1. Got to hold him here. I mean, I don't think they're going to get a first down. Got to hold them here. Need them. Need it. We've already gotten 1 red zone turnover. I can't ask for 2. Screen play, and it's a touchdown. This one's to Travis Etienne Jr. He scores. 23-17. Quick score there for the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. So here we go. Big turnover. Leads to 7 points. Hello, Florida Flame. How's it going? Hope you lose, you fool. Let's get this score bug up at the top of the screen so everyone can see the game. 24-17 our score. 4:08 to play. Oh, it's because I'm not even messing. All right, you guys ready for this? This is how good I am at this whole thing. Boom. Look how great I am. The GOAT. Get that up a little higher. So there you go. See the score. That's our good luck scoreboard. There we go. Abolish open and orange forever. Yeah, it's not been good, has it? All right, I'm back here. I'm locked in. I'm locked in with you. We got the score bug at the top, and of course, right when I do that. It is 24-17. We scored on the opening drive. Got to score. Got to answer back. I, for some reason, have a lot of optimism about this game. And there's really no reason to feel that. Because they are outgaining us, actually not that far, 276 to 223. So we've actually gotten back to that. But at half, it was close. We have more first downs than them. We've had more longer time of possession. So I guess the game is a little closer. Well, that hasn't been updated yet. That's why. There we go. So it's 311 to 223. Another good return out to the 37. Samaje Perine's running hard, guys. Samaje Perine's running hard. Here we go. We're locking in. Flag on the play. Imagine that, a special teams play with a hold. Jake Browning doesn't have a personal foul. Unnecessary roughness? They're murdering our boys out there. Oh, yeah, it's clearly on them. I mean, you see the replay. It's clearly on them. It's not our fault. It's pretty good. So give us an extra 15. We'll be right at midfield, right around there. Cross midfield. So we're starting at the 47-yard line. Handoff to Chase Brown. He breaks a tackle brought down right after it. It's right off the guard. And here we go. We got Joe Burrow. Yeah, we haven't seen the injury in a while. Show it again. Yeah, go ahead. I know it's the top. It's the top story of this game, so I get why you're showing it, but I just don't need to see it for a while. Left toe injury gives me cautious optimism. We're handing the ball off once again to Brownie. It's going to be 3rd and short. 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. So 3rd and 5. Four wide for Browning. He's going downfield. He's got Uno open. T. Higgins. And T. Higgins traipses into the end zone. T. Higgins. Let's go, T. Woo! That's how you answer back. That's how. We're winning this ball game. We're winning this game. T. If you're watching this game at home, you got one of these, crack them open. Let's go! I can't do that dance. Whatever T just did in the end zone. Warm up those vocal cords. PAT is good. It's a tie ball game, 2:39 to play. Start clapping. Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry, here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, passer, boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. It's the part everyone forgets. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Let's go. 24-24. Way to come on out. Huge. Absolutely huge. Love you all. Love you all for watching. Can our defense come up with a big stop again? (24-24). First stream, loving the sing-alongs. That's great. So, CWT. Before we did this, me and my friends would always go to a bar in town, and we'd sing the song. And I always said we need three touchdowns from the Bengals. And the reason that we need 3 touchdowns from the Bengals is the first time you sing it, not a lot of people are into it, right? Everyone's watching their game, and you stand up and you kind of make everything about it. You're like, here the Bengals growling, and you're just trying to get people on board. No one else sings but you and your friends. Second time, you get the claps. People start. By the third touchdown, everyone's singing the song. Everyone's singing the song. You guys are singing the song right now because that was our third touchdown. Give us likes for T. Nate Johnson said, I'm glad y'all are having fun. My heart's heavy. Listen, your heart will be heavy all week, Nate. It will be. All we can do is win this game and have a blast. I said one of my favorite Bengals games watching as a fan in my life is when we beat the Jags with Jake Browning. It was a blast. That was a blast. I think we were 13-point underdogs. And our special teams. Someone put in our chat who our special teams coach is, because he deserves some kudos today, because our special teams they're flying around. They are flying around. No, I do not recognize Darren Simmons. Ever. Michael Ackley wants a turnover play. I just want the ball back. I got to stop looking up at this because I realize that it's ahead of my stream. Handoff to Travis Etienne. It's a gain of 9. Saw that earlier. It's next man up, win or shut up. Injuries happen. That's what makes every last prediction show a stupid, on-purpose waste of time. I don't necessarily agree with that, but you are right about it's next man up. Toe injury, God, I hope I'm right here. I'd hate to be wrong, but you got to think that's not a season ending. So can Jake win this game? And fumble snap. Trevor Lawrence picks it up and gets a yard. That's a good play, though. They get the first down. You got to think, like, all you can ask from a backup quarterback is when things get a little tight, can you go 500? Can you go 500 while your quarterback's out? And if Joe Burrow's hurt for the season, it's over anyways. This early in the year, it's done. It's cooked. What you can't hope for is that he misses 4 or 5 weeks, whatever period of time that it is, and Jake Browning keeps your season alive. That's all you can hope for. So 1st and 10 for Trevor Lawrence. And that's a nice tackle. Demetrius Knight flying around. That's a really nice tackle, dude. 2nd and 8. What a game from Trevor Lawrence. 11 incomplete passes, 2 for interceptions, 209, 3 touchdowns. Man, what a wild game. And there's a first down. We're still trying. Hey, I respect trying to strip it out, especially when you got people right there. We're winning this game. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we are winning this game. They're going to run another play. 5 seconds. 5 seconds here in the third. 3, 2, put them up. Put them up. 4's in the chat. Ready? See how quick I do this. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I'm saying 44. Got to get those 4s in the chat. 4s in the chat. Attaboy, Craig. Oh, man. Getting a quick check of the phone. Making sure we're all good to go. All right. Man, what a whirlwind this game has been. From where we were getting our tail whipped to our franchise quarterback goes down. And we come out like bats out of hell. Mitchell Tinsley with a great catch and get a 3 and out. We could use a punt here again, but man, this team has fight in them. And that's, you can complain. I will break no bones about it. I am a Zach Taylor sympathizer. I think that if they don't make the playoffs this year, he should be fired. But I do reason with Zach Taylor, and you'll hear a lot of positive things I say about him. I'll say some negative things too. I've never seen this team quit. I've never, ever seen this team quit. I've seen them not play well, but I've never seen noticeable disdain from the bunch. When Joe Burrow got hurt a couple years ago, they played as hard as ever. And that's credit to a head coach. That's a really hard thing to do. And I know that's a joke. Oh, he's got great chemistry around this team and stuff like that. That's a huge portion of being a head football coach. That is a huge portion of being a head football coach. And I just want to give him credit for that. This team's fighting. This team does fight. They might not have the best players at times on the defense. They may not play well all the time, especially to start the season, but they fight. They're just soft under Zach's leadership. We're the only team in the AFC North that's not like a ground and pound team, so that's a fair criticism. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, 46-yard line. First play of the fourth quarter is a handoff to Travis Etienne Jr. He's met in the backfield by Dax Hill, but falls forward for a gain of 3. Whoa. So 2nd and 8. We haven't had a sack yet. We've had 2 really nice plays from Trey Hendrickson. 2 really nice plays from Trey Hendrickson. But we haven't brought Trevor Lawrence down. And he's dropping back to pass. No pressure at all. And he's got a man wide open over the center of the field. Brian Thomas Jr. We are dropped into zone, and it's going to be a first down, and they're deep in our territory now. 1 3 and out, 2 turnovers. That's the only time that we've stopped this offense. So 1st and 10. God, I can't do this all year with this D. Got to hold him to 3. End around. And that's going to be a face mask. Whoever got there first ripped, who was it, Jordan Battle that got back there? Personal foul, face mask, yep. On Joseph Asai. It was Joseph Asai, that's right. It's one of the easier penalties to call, right? I don't know how we don't get them sometimes with Joe, but, I mean, you just see their neck ripped back. Remember when they used to have the two different face mask penalties, a 5-yard and a 15-yard, like for accidental or purposeful? And then they just got obsessed with offense being really good all the time. So Joe Burrow is out. We knew that. We figured that. But, yeah, they just realized, like, let's just call it all 15 yards. So now they're at the 19-yard line. Got to hold them to 3. Trevor Lawrence, screen pass. And it's going to be a gain of 7 yards. Joe officially out. Man, wouldn't that be a story? Like Joe comes back for like the final 3 minutes and played. Would have been something. 2nd and 3. We've already gotten so lucky in the red zone. I mean, they've scored 24 points, and they really should have way more than that. Feels like luck's running out. 12:38 to play. 2nd and 3. Trevor Lawrence hands the ball off to Travis Etienne Jr., who's going to be across the line to gain. It's going to be 1st and goal. Susan. She says, we've got this. Hope you're right. I hope you are right. Who's down on the field? Shamar. Our rookie, 1st-round pick, Shamar Stewart, is down. Lower body injury. Looks like he's looking at his calf or his ankle. Get us likes here, folks. So Shamar will exit the game. Travis Etienne's 11 carries for 69 yards. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't gashed us on the ground. It's been through the air. 300. I mean, they're going to have 400 yards of total offense. First and goal. Come on now. Come on now. We're going to Ash Ketchum Matt backwards. That's right, RoboBuck. Only takes a second to like the stream. Likes equals wins. First and goal. We are literally cursed. I'm not going there. First and goal. Ball on the 7-yard line. Lawrence sends a man in motion. Takes the snap. Fakes the handoff. Rolling out to his right. Steps up in the pocket. Throws it towards the back of the end zone. I don't think he had it. Incomplete pass. He caught it. Was pushed out of play after he was coming down. 2nd and goal from the 7. Yep. Only one down. Only one down. He could have run for a touchdown. He certainly could have got yards. I mean, he had Brian Thomas in the back of the end zone, and he completed the pass. Just a nice play by Juan Drago Turner, the second, to push him out. 2nd and goal from the 7. Looks like Lawrence is alone back there. Now he'll move Etienne to behind him. Tight package. They'll fake the handoff, and once again, dropping back and looking for the back, and it's through the hands of De'Ami Brown. Oh, no. Who's hurt now? So, good pass from Trevor Lawrence. De'Ami Brown just didn't catch it. I mean, that should be a touchdown. Can we get lucky again? Can that drop keep us to 3? I mean, we're getting unlucky with the... Oh, no, he rolled his ankle. He rolled his ankle. It was Turner. He rolled his ankle on that last step. He was open, no doubt about it. 3rd and goal from the 7. Come on. Got Rey Mysterio in the fans, in the crowd. We open in orange. It's 3rd down. Lawrence looking to the right. He's looking for the back of the end zone. Picked! So close! Incomplete pass. Tipped up. Dove for it. Thought we had another one. But it's 4th and goal. They got to be kicking it, right? Cam Taylor-Britt. He just got clipped on the hip as he was diving for it. He was so close. So close. Now Geno Stone's hurt. Oh, my goodness gracious. Win the battle. Win the war. Win the war. We're losing a lot of battles right now. But we got to win this war. So 4th and goal. It's a short field goal attempt, 25 yards. You're kidding me. Kick is up. And it is through the uprights. We lost the stream for a second. All right, 27-24. We all would have taken 3 after the way that they moved the ball. 11:43 to play. 11:43 to play. Let's get 100 likes. Let's get 100 likes. Let's get a long drive. Let's take the lead. Because they kicked the field goal there, this gives us an opportunity to take the lead. Likes equals touchdowns. Likes equals touchdowns. Ooh, oh man. I wish I had my Garmin on. I have a Garmin normally. Reads my heart rate. I would love to know right now. I feel like I'm riled up. Touchdown here, man. A touchdown here. My poor little heart couldn't take a touchdown here. Oh, God, I'd love it. I'd be so torn up. Come on, boys. We did get a huge break there. A couple drop passes. De'Ami Brown dropping that. I mean, they messed up twice in the end zone, or twice in the red zone. And I'll be honest. I don't care how effing lucky we get every single week. We are owed it. We are owed luck. Let's make the most of it. Tony the Tiger. Samaje Perine done a really nice job returning kicks today. The Bengals Rey Mysterio mask, or the Luchador mask, are awesome. Not enough fans standing up. I will admit that. Not enough fans standing up. This is a really good game. We don't got enough standing up in the fan. Tony the Tiger. He's great. So here we go, Jake Browning. Just got a report from Craig that Joe got back from the MRI room. He's in a scooter, not putting any weight on his leg. But once again, I'll worry about that tomorrow. I'm worrying about this gosh darn game and how we can win it right now. We're down 3 with the ball. Pistol formation. Handoff for Chase Brown, who's brought down 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. All right. It's not what you wanted to see. Backup quarterback, you get drastically behind schedule. But here we go. We're rocking and rolling. We're reloading here on 2nd and 12. 11-11. Let's make a wish. Help from Drew Sample. We're going downfield. Just beyond the reach of Jamar Chase. He had his man beat, so it's going to be 3rd and 12. And I don't know if we have a 3rd and 12 play with Jake Browning. Yeah, Chase had his man beat. I don't know if... Man, he was open. I don't know if we have a 3rd down play with Jake Browning. 3rd and 12 play. That's PI. Is that not a hold or PI or something? Slant route to T. Higgins, and he was getting hammered before the ball got to him. Come on. That's felonious. That's felonious. I've seen people go to prison for less. Man. Quick 3 and out. Zach Taylor can't believe it either. I can't believe they didn't throw that flag there. That was bad. Snap's good, punts away. Deep. And it's a really nice punt, pinning them at the 11, 12-yard line. Come on, D. Come on, D. So 1st and 10. First and 10 from their own 12. That's a great punt by Ryan Rico. I mean, that's huge, guys. That is so big. Need a sack right here. They're starting at the 12-yard line. Handing the ball off to Travis Etienne. I'm okay. We don't need a sack or anything. We just need to get the ball back. Any situation in which obviously they score a touchdown, that puts it out of reach. But even if they have a drive that scores a field goal, they're gonna take off 6 minutes, 5 minutes off the clock. I agree, Firebait. Firebat. I don't understand how the heck that's not PI on or holding on Jacksonville on that T against slant route. 2nd and 5. Gotta think they're gonna be running the ball here. No? They're on the ball and they're looking downfield. It's a really bad pass. So 3rd and 5. It's 3rd down. Come on. That's a hell of a mustache from that fan. I mean, just a fantastic mustache. Deep breaths, everyone. Come on, let's get after him. 3rd and 5. Trevor Lawrence dropping back to pass. Peers the field, throwing over to the left. Open man. It's going to be a 1st down. De'Ami Brown. He's had a nice game. I guess really not. I mean, he's had 60 yards. I feel like I've called his name a lot. We've done a nice job on Brian Thomas Jr. Only 42 yards. 9 targets. .32-yard line. They're going to run it here. Put him behind schedule. Hand the ball off to Etienne, off tackle. We hit him in the backfield. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, gains a yard. This game's not over yet, folks. 10 minutes left. We're down 3. A field goal keeps it a 1-score game. Both teams got all 3 timeouts. A lot of football left. Shamar out with an ankle injury. Heard that's contagious. A lot of that going around. 2nd and 9. Lawrence peering to the right. It's a great tackle. Stepping up. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. Dax Hill undercutting. 3rd and 4. One time. Come on again. Can we get off the field, felons? Ass. I'm asking the same question. The Bengals are riling up the crowd. We're 5 for 10, man. It feels a lot worse. That's just life as a fan, though, isn't it? Come on. Come on now. 5 to play. Snap. Lawrence, it's going to be a slant round. It's going to be a 1st down to Brian Thomas Jr. We went into zone, and they still got the slant route off. How'd they execute a slant route on that zone package? So they're now at the 45-yard line. This is a handoff. Trey Hendrickson coming up on the run play. Bring down the running back. Gain of 4 yards. Second and 6, 7 to play. I said, like, if they kick a field goal, they're gonna kill 6 minutes of clock. Which, I mean, like 4 minutes of clock's enough time to score a touchdown, but it's just not good. They hand the ball off once again, and it's going to be 3rd down, this time short. They're across midfield. One more 1st down likely puts them, around field goal range. 3rd and 2. Al Golden, what are you cooking up, big dog? That hair's a mess, Golden. 3rd and 2. Lawrence with a man to his right. 2 to the open side of the field, dropping back to pass. Getting a little bit of pressure. He's going deep downfield. It's incomplete. It's 4th and 2. They punt. They're going to punt it. Maybe not, though. They might go for it here. Don't know why they would, because that would put us like 20 yards outside of field goal range, but yeah. They're punting, going off field. Bad pass from Trevor Lawrence. That's a tight window. There's 2 men there. That's a tight window. Why would they throw that felon's ass? I don't know. They're throwing the ball pretty successfully today. All right, they snap it, and they are actually punting it. Go in the end zone. One time. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones catches it out at the 12-yard line. So that's where we're going to take over. 6:03 to play. Our ball. Jake the Snake Browning's going to be hissing his way. 88 yards. 88 yards. That's where we got to go. On a scale of 1 to 10, give me your confidence rating that we at least tie it up here. Give me your confidence rating that we at least tie it up. I'll be honest, when we started this half, I was, for some reason, incredibly confident that we would win this game. And here we are, thick in the bushes, And I'm waning. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm waning. But things, I mean, it feels like we're getting our tail whipped and we're still right in this game. That's the luxury of the National Football League. And we've gotten really lucky. They've dropped a touchdown. We've got an interception when they were on the goal line. Like they have whipped our tail. And here we are with the ball and a chance to win at home. We got lucky as hell last week, and we still won. Can we do it 2 weeks in a row? We will worry about whatever else happened in this game tomorrow. But for the next 7 minutes, can we put together a hell of a drive and win this gosh darn football game? Can we get the ball to Uno and T. Higgins and Chase Brown and just win? David said 10. He's got a 10. Leah Browning says 5. 619 Bengals fan says 7. We got a couple 10s in there. Zachary Satterley says 8. A 2. If you ask me where I'm at, I'm probably like a 5 because, I don't know, it seems like things are kind of going our way today, other than the injuries, obviously. But it seems like on the field, things are kind of going our way. But 88 yards is a tall task. We got 6 minutes, 3 timeouts. This isn't, by the way, this drive isn't the game. Just based off 6 minutes and 3 timeouts, both teams will probably likely get the ball again. We go to Jamar Chase, and he gets a first down on the first play of the drive. Got to love the way we're starting it. Have to go slow offense. I don't think we do. They have 3 timeouts. There's 6 minutes left and the 2-minute warning. Like, they're going to get the ball back with enough time to at least to put a drive together. Billy Jewell says 9. Okay. Jake Browning just dumps it off to Noah Fant for an incomplete pass. Looked like a screen play that just got killed way too quickly. .520, 2nd and 10. Jake Browning is going to move Mike Gesicki over to the left side of the field. He's dropping back to pass. He's got a clean pocket. He's over the middle of the field, and was it tipped and picked off, or was it just cleanly picked off? I can't tell from my screen. He's brought down. It's an interception regardless. Lloyd. Third interception for Jake Browning in the game. And Lloyd just picked it off. It's a couple nice plays by their secondary in all sincerity. That's 2 picks that they've actually made really, really nice plays on. But that's the 3rd interception of the game for Jake Browning. And they are deep into our side of the field. We've got all 3 timeouts. You want the optimistic spin. We've got all 3 timeouts, and there's 5 minutes left. So if you hold them to 3 here, you get a chance to go score and win the game. Use timeouts. And people are heading down the escalator, leaving the game. Ball starting on the 12-yard line for Jacksonville. They hand the ball off to Travis Etienne. He's trying to break it out wide, and it's a loss of 4 yards. It's a loss of 4 yards. 2nd and 14. 2nd and 14 here. You hold them to 3, it's a 1-score game. A touchdown wins you. That's as big of a defensive play as we've had today. That's an incomplete pass. 3rd and 14. 3rd and 14. Come on. Liam Cohn is not happy with Trevor Lawrence right now. 3rd and 14. 4:27 to play. Bunch package on each side of the field. They will hand the ball off. It's a big gain, but it is short of the line to gain. It's going to be 4th and 6. Allen Jr. on the carry. And are they going to go for it? Liam Cohen's calling into his play sheet. They're not rushing at the field. I think they're going to try and draw us offside. They're going to go for it because, I mean, a field goal keeps us a one-score game. I mean, obviously, I don't know, man. I don't know what the heck's going on. 4th and 5. 4th and 5 from the 6-yard line. They snap it. Trevor Lawrence dropping back. He's peering to the left, going over the middle of the field. It's incomplete! It's incomplete. No points from the turnover. No points from the turnover. A field goal still ties this game. 3:42 to play. God, they kind of kicked the field goal there. I can't believe that. On 4th and 5, I mean, he was open. Brian Thomas just dropped the ball. There's another drop. Oh, my God. All right, let's go. Let's go. Just a reminder, next Sunday, live watch along at Smoke Justice in Covington. I'll be there. It'll be a lot of fun. 1st and 10, 3:42 to play. Jake Browning trips package to the open side of the field, bunched. They're looking for T. Higgins on the sideline. No good. No bueno. No picks, please. Blitzen 7 says. Yeah, I mean, that would be not ideal, but to be honest, like, if we don't score, it's over. So, I mean, even if it's a turnover on downs, it's all the same result. 3:38 to play. Jake Browning has 9 seconds to get the snap off. He's alone in the backfield. It looks like they're bringing a lot of pressure, and they do. They bring 5 guys. He has plenty of time. We're going downfield, and that's, dude, there's some kind of shove off there. No flag. So it's going to be 3rd and 10. They're looking for T on back-to-back plays and can't find him. Now, if we don't get this first down here, we got to punt it, right? No, we got to go because even if we punt it, they're going to be just outside the first down. You punt it, though? Craig says punt it. Like, they're getting the ball, like, at, like, the 40. Okay, I'm not a tactician. I'm just a fan here. Snaps off. Jake Browning on 3rd and 10. Just step up. Dumps it down to Drew Sample with the season on the line. We go to DS 89. Short of the first down. So it's going to be 4th and 4. 4th and 3. I think you got to go. Yeah, I think you got to go because even if you punt, they haven't run the ball that well. But they're 15 yards away from... I'm on the record. I don't like this. What's it matter? Joe Burrow's hurt. Trips package. 5 seconds to play. Snap. Quick. First down. Chase Brown and more to gain. Let's go. Aggressiveness. Sometimes your back's against the wall and you just got to start swinging, baby. You just got to start swinging. That was a really good play call, by the way. I mean, that was the play. All right, we're out to the 25. I mean, we still got a long ways to go, guys. 27-yard line, 28. Fakes the handoff. Jake Browning. This time gets it to Noah Fant, who doesn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. All right. Are they swallowing up Uno? What's going on here? We doing Deeks and Ducks with Uno? I'm in favor of getting the ball to T. Like, if they're gonna put two guys, I'm assuming they're bracketing Jamar Chase. They're not gonna let Jamar Chase win this game for us. Let's get it to T. Gesicki, Yoshi, whoever you got to. Empty package for Jake Browning. This time to Mike Gesicki just to get it 3rd and manageable, 3rd and 5. And that's a 2-minute warning. All right, let me sit down here. Let me sit down here for a second. 2-minute warning. We're down 3. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is, exhausting. Exhausting in the best way possible. Guys, we got to get over 100 likes. We got so many people watching this. Give us a like if you're a Bengals fan. Or if you hate the Jaguars. It's going to be 3rd and 5. We're going to have 2 plays to get a first down. 2 minutes. We got all 3 timeouts. We are 40 yards. Where are we at on the field? We are on our 33-yard line. So just to get in field goal range, which tentatively we'll say is the 38-yard line, we are 17. We're 30 yards away. We're about 30 yards away from being in field goal range, a long field goal. So, got to get the first down. Two downs to get it. I don't know what they're going to run here on 3rd, but my guess is they're probably not going to run because we're gonna try it twice. We're probably not going to run either play long plays. They're going to be short, quick hitters, slants to Jamar or T or Gesicki or whoever, so that we can't get sacked, so that we can't get behind the line here on 4th down. And then on 4th down, you can run whatever. But on 3rd, you just can't put yourself too far behind the ball. All right, I'm back up. Took a breather. Oh, man. I need a deep breath, man. Oh, okay. I need to go up a little further. Man. Come on. James Joseph says, Bengals gonna win. Hope you're right, brother. Jimmy Joe. 3rd and 5 from the 33-yard line. First play after the 2-minute warning. 4 wide. Jake Browning takes the snap. They rush 4. He rolls out to his right. He's got to get rid of it. He's going sideline. It's an incomplete pass. I was absolutely wrong. I said on 3rd and 5, let's run something quick. And they don't. They tried Yoshi on the sideline. Really nice play by their corner. Their secondary, I thought, has made some really nice plays today. 4th and 5. Two men in the backfield to help Jake Browning chip. So likely that we're only sending 3 out to start with. Trying the go ball to Yoshi. Flag thrown! Needed it, baby! Needed it! Hell yes! They try the deep ball to Yoshi. Man, oh man. I cannot believe they tried it. Defensive pass interference. on the rook. Yeah, that's a fair call. Felonious. So we're just outside of field goal range. Where are we at now? We're on Jacksonville's 37. We can try from here. We can try from here. I don't want to. I don't like it, but we can try from here. Win this game. Win it. 1st and 10 from the 37. 4 wide. Jake Browning. 9 seconds to get the snap off. Ball near the right hash mark. Takes the snap. Dropping back. Clean pocket. Dumping over the middle to Chase Brown. It's a gain of 5 yards. Slow developing play. Slow developing pass. But he's brought down. It's a gain of 5. We're just letting the clock run? Okay. Seems incredibly likely that we're going to be kicking a field goal here. Jake, looking over to the left side of the field. Has Uno open. Out to the 22-yard line. It's a first down. We're well in field goal range now. Let's get in that damn end zone. Let's get in that damn end zone. Jake Browning completes a pass, gets rid of it just in time, takes a big hit. 1st and 10, 1:20 to play. Both teams have all of their timeouts. Jake Browning takes the snap. He looks to the right. Now looking over the middle of the field. Has a man open. It's Mike Gesicki. He's brought down out at the 11-yard line. Now a buck to play. Jake Browning's thrown 3 interceptions. That is just the one thing that absolutely cannot happen. We cannot make any more risky throws. We cannot make any more risky throws. I'm not saying you have to be fully conservative and play call. We just can't make anything too risky. And Jacksonville will take their first timeout. Ball at the 11-yard line. Winning those picks don't matter. You're absolutely right. I'm saying we've got to at least kick the ball to get this into OT at the very worst. We're out at the 11-yard line. You guys are saying, let's run the ball. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it. But I want to score. Don't break no bones about it. I want to try for the end zone. I'm not cool with going into OT. Jake Browning from the 11. 1st and 10. Essentially a long 1st and goal. We're looking for Jamar Chase, and it's caught out at the 5-yard line. And Jacksonville will call their second timeout. Bucko 3 to play. It's going to be 2nd and 5 from the 6. It's 2nd and 4 from the 5. Oh, man, what do you do here? What do you do? You play to win, Sean Connor says. You know what? You're right. I was being soft there. Who cares if it's risky plays? We always wanted aggression. Trevor said, I think that's actually where. I've seen 3 interceptions already, and they've made 2 really nice plays, but come on. 2nd and 4 from the 5. Jacksonville has 1 play left. 11 passing plays, 90 yards. Jake Browning, bunch package, move to the right side. They're going to hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown looking for the end zone. A big push. Is he in? Is he in? He's right at the 1. He's right at the 1. He's reaching out. We ran the ball. Run the ball 3 frickin' times. Chase Brown, get it in there. That's a great run by Chase Brown. Come on. I am stressed, as you can tell. I am so stressed. And I know you are too. God, he's so close. That ball's right there. Is that not a touchdown? Is that not a touchdown? First and goal from, they got to go a foot. "57 seconds. No timeouts left for Jacksonville. We've got all three. We control the clock. Yeah, my high-pitched voice comes out when I get overly stressed. Run the ball to Chase Brown. Give Chase Brown the rock. Give Chase Brown the rock. A flag thrown on the sneak. I don't know what's going on. There's a giant pile. Did he lose the ball? No, he's got it. Offsides are... Offsides on us? How do we have offsides on the offense? How are we lined up on the wrong side? How's that happen? A QB sneak on first and goal is crazy. Oh my God. So now we're from the 5. 51 seconds. We hand the ball off again. Can Chase Brown get there this time? He's getting down to the 3-yard line. Come on. Second and goal. This is crazy. We just can't take an offsides there. It looks like we're going to take a timeout at what? The 10-second mark? 12-second mark? Give us enough time to run plays, Zach. I don't even know how much time you need, but I want to run at least 2 more plays. So it's taken at the 24. I'm cool with that. All right. Are we running the ball again? I don't know what we do here. Full transparency. I don't overly trust Jake Browning with the rock here. I can't believe Dalton Reisner got an offsides penalty from first and a foot. From first and a foot, I can't believe that. And also, I can't believe that we're going to... I know it's a foot. I can't believe we're going to QB sneak on first down. I guess I can be talked off that. But second and goal. From the 3. 4 wide. Ball on the left hash mark. Mike Gesicki moving out wider. Chase Brown to Jake Browning's left. 4 seconds to snap it. We're throwing the ball. We're going Mike Gesicki. Is he in? He's out to the 1. 1 yard line. Did not get there. Did not get there. So we're right back where we started here before the penalty. We do a slant route to Gesicki. He has a nice job holding on to the ball. I don't think he got across either. He's not in. Yeah, he's not there. He's not there. That's a really good tackle by Jacksonville. Chase Brown needs to get the ball. I know it's a sneak. I know we're going to sneak. Golly. 18 seconds. Did we just call the timeout? We did. All right. That's good. That's a good timeout. Come on. Get in there. Get in there. Third and goal from the foot. I don't care what you call it. It's just, I don't care if it's a sneak. I don't know. I don't care if it's a Chase Brown. We just got to get in there. Jake Browning under center. Drew Sample in the backfield. He jumps over and it's Jake Brown in the end zone. Jake Browning takes the sneak and jumps over the end zone, baby. Yes! I told you we were winning this game. Jake Browning comes in, throws 2 touchdowns, 3 picks, and scores what should be the game-winning play. Let's go! Make it. Make it so they have to score a touchdown. 93-play Scoring drive. 93-yard drive. PAT's good. 31-27. Let's go! Hell yes! We get to sing the song, baby! One more time! Woo! 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 Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, and offensive brute. Run, passer, boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. I cannot believe that, guys. This is why we watch football. This is why we sit here and cheer for this team. This is why we do it. This game right here. Your franchise quarterback goes down hurt, and I said we'll worry about winning this game and worry about everything else later on. And you just worry about winning this game, and they did 18 seconds. We'll see. Our backup comes in and throws 3 interceptions. 3 interceptions. We are outgained 400. We gave up 400 yards. And we're 18 seconds away from sealing this thing. They need to score a touchdown. Trevor Lawrence drops back to pass. Trey Hendrickson sacks his derriere. They might get one more play off. That a boy, Trey. 3, 2, 1. They snap it. And they're going to try some laterals. Out to the 45 or 35. Throwing it across the field. There's a penalty flag on the field. Travis Etienne Jr. flipping it back, and that's the end of the ball game. That's the end of the ball game. Who frickin' day? Who frickin' day, guys? I cannot believe they won this game. I cannot believe they won this game. 31-27. Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth are going to take you here. But, hey, we've earned this. We have earned this. Everyone, you've earned this. This is, you would, in Cincinnati, we talk about how we're a God-forsaken franchise. Nothing's good. Everything goes against us. And who knows what the MRI is going to say about Joe Burrow, how long he's going to be out if he's gone. But for right now, something good happened here in Cincinnati. For right now, we won a game that we won 2 games in a row that we absolutely, by no means, should have won. No means we should have won, but we won them. Things are well here in Cincinnati. Cheers. I'll see you guys around next time. Throw up the graphic, and I'll get you Craig and Andrew. Fire me up, boys. All right. 1 second. What's coming through there?
Who needs an intro video with an ending like that, Andrew?
My bad.
Bengals sneak out a win 31-27. Jake Browning with the game-clinching touchdown with just seconds remaining. After Joe Burrow goes out in the second quarter, he comes in and orchestrates a game-winning drive there in the fourth quarter. I'm sweating personally. 15 plays, 92 yards, 3 minutes and 24 seconds off the clock on the final drive. Caps it off with his own number, sneaks it in from 1 yard out. Look, we got a lot to talk about, Andrew, but at the end of the day, the Bengals are 2-0, and that is going to be the main focus right now. And then we'll turn to Joe Burrow in just a little bit. But as Reid just said, 2 games that you probably shouldn't have won, didn't really play that well, but you find a way to pick up the W.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I had lost my sense of optimism once I saw Joe go down and then Browning with the interceptions, and it just felt like we've seen this play out so many times, and I cannot believe that they pulled this off. This is a massive win. First time getting to 2-0 in Zach Taylor's tenure. And, man, it took everybody. They really again, they got fortunate a couple times, but you go on a 93-yard touchdown drive at the end of the game for the win. Like, not a lot of luck plays into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the Jaguars, they made their decisions, whether you agree with it or not. They pick off Jake Browning. They're late in the fourth, get the ball with just 5 minutes and 12 seconds left in the game. They decide, instead of kicking a field goal or anything else, to go for it. Brian Thomas drops a pass that probably was short for a first down anyway, but nonetheless gives the ball back to the Bengals. And I got to be honest with you, if you would have told me that we had the ball back with 3 minutes and 24 seconds left to try and win this game after we watched what happened in the first 2 quarters and even into the third with Jake Browning throwing 3 interceptions, Reid said it. His confidence was waning. My confidence was waning. My hands are sweaty over here, Andrew. But
oh yeah,
the fact of the matter is that we saw Jake Browning, 2 years ago come in and maybe not be great, but play good enough to win football games. And here he is, drives 15 plays, 92 yards, 3 minutes and 24 seconds to give the Bengals the win in this one. There's a lot to talk about on it, but let's start it off with just a breakdown of how we got there and your final stat leaders. Again, kind of an ugly start to this one. The Jaguars draw first blood early in the first quarter, 9 plays, 69 yards, cap it off with the touchdown pass from Trevor Lawrence to Diami Brown for 9 yards, and the Jaguars take an early 7-0 lead. Bengals do nothing on their first drive, actually go backwards before punting it away, but then a Trevor Lawrence interception gives the ball back to the Bengals, who take advantage. They drive 11 plays, 80 yards, before a 4-yard touchdown pass from Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase ties the game at 7. The Jaguars didn't waste any time, though. They come right back at it with an 8-yard touchdown pass to Basil Tootin. Tootin was able to make Cam Sample miss on the screen pass in order to waltz into the end zone and a 14-7 lead. It stayed that way for a couple drives before the Bengals got a field goal late in the second quarter. The Jaguars also put a field goal up to take a 17-10 lead into half. Bengals come out. Jake Browning gets the Bengals a touchdown drive to start the second half. Mitchell Tinsley with an insane one-handed grab in the end zone to make that score 17-7. Teams went back and forth punt, and Jake Browning threw an interception before the Jaguars took a 24-17 lead on an 11-yard touchdown pass to Travis Etienne. Bengals answered again. Quick drive, 3 plays, 47 yards, 1:29. Jake Browning finds T. Higgins for 42 yards down the sideline. He breaks the tackle of rookie corner Travis Hunter to find the end zone. A field goal from the Jaguars would give them the lead back at 27-24 early in the fourth quarter, and it would stay that way until late. Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars get the ball back with just 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, decide to go for it on 4th and 5, and the pass comes up incomplete for Brian Thomas. Jake Browning leads an improbable 15-play, 92-yard, 3-minute, and 24-second drive, capped off, of course, by that 1-yard touchdown run by Jake Browning to give the Bengals the final lead at 31-27. Joe Burrow, before leaving this one, was 7-13 for 76 yards and a touchdown. Jake Browning, final line, 21 of 32, 241 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and that rushing touchdown. Jamar Chase had a big day after a slow week 1. He had 14 catches for 165 yards and a touchdown. T. Higgins, 3 for 56 and a touchdown. Chase Brown, not a great day, but got it done when he needed to. 16 carries for the running back, 47 yards, 2 receptions, and 18 yards on the reception. Look, I know that everybody, myself included, my initial reaction is to start talking about the Joe Burrow injury. And I think that's natural. I think that is warranted. For those of you that didn't see it, Joe Burrow, with 8 minutes left in the second quarter, is sacked by defensive lineman Eric Armstead of the Jaguars. Tackled him around the ankle. Joe Burrow's cleat seemed to get stuck in the turf. It is officially a left toe injury for Burrow. Reid, turn that down. He doesn't come back. He's ruled out. And Jake Browning ultimately leads the way and the comeback for the Bengals. I'll start with this. Based on what you saw from Jake Browning, if Joe Burrow's not able to go next week, Brett Rippon is the practice squad quarterback. What do you do at quarterback here if you're the Bengals if Joe Burrow isn't able to go? Jake Browning has been your starter in the past, knows the offense, but obviously this is a team that was put together to try and make a Super Bowl run, and the ownership and front office seemed to show that late in the game by some late signings that will prove potentially valuable. Is there a world where you explore what's out there if Joe's going to be out for several weeks, or do you rock with Jake Browning at this point?
I think it definitely depends on how long Joe is going to be out. If Joe's going to be out for 8 weeks or more, which I am praying is not the case. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but if it is, then maybe that is something that you explore. You look at trade options or free agent options. I'm not even sure who's really out there free agent wise, so it'd probably have to be a trade. But for now, I mean, we obviously see Jake Browning has some imperfections in his game, but he's able to lead drives like that. And, if you can just, manage to get through the next few weeks and, maybe you scrap together 2 wins while Joe Burrow's out, keep you in the hunt until he's back, I think that you're going to be okay rocking with Jake Browning because and if this was a 1-1, if we were 1-1 sitting here talking about this, it would be a different story, right? But because you're 2-0 and you're going into this tough stretch of games, if you come out of this thing 3-3 by the time he's back, I still think that, you're probably just going to ride with Jake Browning. And again, if Burrow is potentially out for a while, then maybe you do look at some other options, but he's shown the ability to win games at times. So, he doesn't necessarily bring other people up and excel, but he's good enough to the point that I think that you can rock with him for a little while at least.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. I'm just, you got to ask the question for sure. My guess is that based on the fact they rocked with Jake Browning 2 years ago when Joe went out with the wrist injury, that they'll probably rock with Jake Browning here as well. But as you mentioned, this is not an easy portion of the schedule coming up. Bengals go to Minnesota. We'll talk about our watch party at Smoke Justice for that game here coming up. But then they go to Denver for a Monday night matchup with the Broncos. Then they're home for the Detroit Lions before heading to Green Bay for a matchup with potentially one of the best teams in the NFL right now, the Green Bay Packers. And then you get the Steelers again at home. That's always a tough one. So this 5-game stretch is incredibly difficult. And for a backup QB to have to go against this Vikings defense, the Broncos defense, try to keep up with the Lions, the Packers defense with Micah Parsons, and the Steelers defense, that's a tall task for anybody, let alone a backup. But you absolutely want to make sure that Joe Burrow is completely healed before you risk bringing him back. Joe's going to want to play. If he can walk, he's going to want to play. There's no question about that. There were reports that he got an MRI during the game. I haven't seen reports of what the outcome of that MRI was, but there were reports that he was on a scooter, on one of those scooters where you prop your leg up to keep weight off of it. So I don't know the extent of the injury just yet. I don't want to speculate. There's plenty of speculation online at this point about what it is or isn't. I don't want to go down that road. What I do know is that Joe Burrow did not finish this game and that he was on a scooter back in the back afterwards. So we'll monitor that. We'll certainly cover it as soon as we have more information on Chatterbox Sports. Make sure you follow along on all the social media channels, and we'll give you an update as soon as we have it. But look, Jake Browning's not going to be perfect, and we know that. He almost gives me like Jameis Winston vibes, right? Where like he's gonna like make some plays and he's gonna throw some touchdowns, but he's also gonna throw the ball away. And unfortunately, that's gonna be reality for Jake Browning, I think, for the next couple of weeks if he does have to start. I guess the question becomes, how important does Chase Brown become if Jake Browning does in fact have to start the next game or beyond?
Well, before I get to Chase Brown, I was racking my head thinking who would be a quarterback that they could even go out and get. And the first guy that popped in my head was Jameis Winston. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, that's like the same player. So you really, I mean, you're not going to go out and do that. But yeah, Chase Brown, obviously he struggled a little bit today, but when he gets some space, he's really dangerous. And I'd like to see them get him involved in the pass game a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised to see some more outside runs or screens or something like that to try to get him in some open space because he's dangerous out there. And they're going to have to rely on him. And quite frankly, 3 yards a carry, as bad as the offensive line was today, like that's still not going to cut it. And, you know, that's a team effort. That's just not on him. But at the same time, when you look at yards per carry, it does ultimately fall back on him. So he's going to have some more pressure. He's going to have an uptick, I think. I don't think that you're going to want to throw Jake Browning 45 times a game. And I think he had 32 pass attempts in 2.5 quarters here today. So obviously that last drive is a special circumstance where you're really not running the ball very much. But you also just need to have a much better run game all the way around. And, you know, I was happy with the return game as well with our 2 running backs back there. So maybe seeing P. Ryan or Taj Brooks get in there for a couple more touches a game to change up the pace. That might be an option as well, but you're definitely going to have to tap into the run game.
Yeah, Chase Brown today, 16 carries, 47 yards, good for 2.9 per pop. As you mentioned, a lot of those carries came late in the game when they were trying to just ice clock as they were down deep in the Jaguars territory, and he just ran for one kind of up the middle a couple times. But nonetheless, definitely going to be an interesting week in terms of following how the offense is going to progress and whether or not Joe Burrow is able to go in the next week. I do think that I agree with you ultimately that Chase Brown, get him into space, try and get him out on the edge, some screen passes, see what you can work out. Chase Browning, up until that last QB sneak, obviously the only running back to get a touch out of the backfield today. So clearly they're relying on him. He's going to be the workhorse of this offense for as long as Jake Browning is the quarterback. I just hope that Jake Browning can be careful with the ball and not turn the ball over. That seems like it's going to be the big key for him moving forward. Look, Andrew, I don't want to sit here and pick apart the entire defense because there was a lot that could be left wanting after this one. We talked about it coming into this one that the Jaguars rushing game is dangerous. They go 27 carries, 139 yards, 5.1 per pop. Travis Etienne, 14 for 71. And then just outside of that, just some of the short passes that they got. Travis Etienne, 2 catches for 36 yards and a touchdown. Basil Tootin, 2 catches, 32 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown was a screen pass that he just made a man miss and was able to find the end zone. Etienne with a long reception as well. Ultimately, this defense, you watch them and early on it was rough. It looks like the Jaguars are really just running through a sieve. It tightened up a little bit, but again, they were kind of handed some turnovers that really made this game closer than it should have been and allowed the Bengals to come back and pick up the victory. Yeah,
and I think when you think about the defense, like you just need to have your defensive line have more production, not just in the passing game, but in the run game as well. Last week, I thought that they did a pretty good job because we know the secondary is pretty weak. And so when you play a good rushing team and you kind of go all in to stop the run, you really have to be able to make those stops. And obviously Stewart goes out late in the game, and, it's not like they were horrible in the run game. Like, they didn't give up huge running plays, but it just seems like the Jaguars had such sustainable drives because they got into those 3rd and short situations. And then we know that our guys can't really cover that well. And so what's going to happen? They're just going to get it out in space, and then, a 5-yard completion is enough for the first down. So they put the secondary in a tough spot a few times. They weren't getting pressure. And I think that ultimately is why they let up so many yards like they did today. And on the flip side, like we talked about it at halftime, the turnovers are good. And if you can continue to create turnovers, then you're going to be able to win games that way. But those turnovers have to start coming from the plays that you're making rather than the mistakes from the offense.
Yeah, they made some plays for sure, some big tackles and big moments. It does feel to me that they step up when it's needed the most. Again, I would much rather them be able to shut it down when they need it versus, not ever having it. But, you look at the second half, and, they're able to hold the Jaguars in the second half to just 10 points. And again, that touchdown that they got was off of an interception with a short field. So I think they did their job. At the end of the day, in the fourth quarter, they held the Jaguars to a field goal, a punt, and a turnover on downs. And so they got the job done. Am I thrilled with what I'm seeing? No. Do I have hope that maybe they can be better than they were last year? Because remember, we're not asking this defense to be all world. We're not asking them to be the best defense in the NFL. I'm not even asking them to be top half. Realistically, if we can be in that 20 range, this is a team that, if Joe Burrow is healthy, again, we'll have to figure out what happened and what that injury looks like for the next couple weeks. But this is a team that can be dangerous in the playoffs if this defense is just good enough.
Yeah, and like you said, there's some good things still happening. I even think you have a really young team. So as the season goes on, that you're just hoping that they start to improve. It's the first year in the system. It's only their second time, seeing a different team, or I guess in the regular season, they had the preseason and whatnot. But I have faith in the defensive coordinator, Al Golden, to make the proper adjustments. And I think that there's still some upside for this defense. But what I'm seeing right now is not it's not positive overall. So, yeah, they just need to start. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I think that they could do differently or do better. And I really do think it starts with that D line up front. If they can just create more pressure, if Hendrickson can really get going. He had kind of a quiet game today, and I'm not sure if you have it up, but I'm not sure if Lawrence was even sacked in this game. So if you can start to create more pressure, it just makes everything easier all the way around.
We sacked him once, and it was the last play of the game. Trey Hendrickson came up with the big sack there at the end.
That's right. Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson gets this kind of MO as a closer, right? That he comes up with the sacks in the big moments, and he got one today. I'm not saying that, that a sack with 10 seconds left in the game is that big of a moment, but at the end of the day, that was a play where if Trevor Lawrence does get away and is able to find someone downfield, that you could have heartbreak on your hands. So Trey Hendrickson closes the game out with the sack, got close several times, forced the turnover earlier in the game with the pressure on Trevor Lawrence. I'm not sure if PFF officially has scores out yet, but Trey Hendrickson, 5 pressures that he was credited with so far in this one, according to PFF, a 75.7 pass rush grade for the defensive end there. 5 total pressures, 1 sack, 1 hit, 3 hurries, pass rush win rate of 15.2%. So
I think that he needs more help on that D line too. He needs, if you look at the great pass rushers in the game, like TJ Watt, think about that entire unit. I mean, that whole unit, especially with their linebackers too, like they all can get after the quarterback. And it's hard when you're the guy that's getting keyed in on because they don't really have to worry about Osai or Stewart, Sample, Murphy, whoever's out there. So those guys need to really step up. And then I think we will see more production from Hendrickson. Again, he came up with a big sack at the end. And he had the pressure. So like he comes up with these big plays at times, but then you won't see him for, 85% of the game. So I think if they can get more production from those guys, it will in turn help out Hendrickson's numbers.
Yeah, and Hendrickson's numbers were really amplified in the true pass sets when, it's a clear passing down and the Jags are going to throw. In those situations, which was 13 plays today, all 5 of his pressures came during those 13 plays, a 30.8% win rate on true pass sets for Trey Hendrickson. But to your point, in those true pass sets, 16 total plays according to PFF, only 7 total pressures, and 5 of them came from Hendrickson. You're going to need help from somewhere else. Oren Burks picked up 1, and Joseph Asai picked up 1 officially, according to PFF at this point. So this defense is going to have to continue to improve. There's no doubt about it. I still question about how much Al Golden has implemented this early into his tenure and what he's going to be able to implement moving forward. But the defense has done enough to keep the Bengals in the game and allow them to move to 2-0 at this point. Any final thoughts on today's game, Andrew, before we take a look around the league and talk about next week?
No, just happy to get the W.
Absolutely happy to get the W. Well, let's take a quick look around the league. The Baltimore Ravens absolutely trounce the Cleveland Browns. That one's 41-17 is your final. Lamar Jackson, 225 yards through the air with 4 touchdowns. The Browns did contain Derrick Henry as they said that they would. 11 carries, 24 yards, but that's a little bit not exactly
secondary
if you're the Browns. Yeah. The other side, the Browns did turn to Dylan Gabriel in this game. Gabriel went 3 for 3 for 20 yards and a touchdown in mop-up duty for the Browns. The Pittsburgh Steelers, also losers today, 31-17 is your final score against the Seattle Seahawks. Even though DK got that touchdown early, the Seahawks scored 24 second-half points to win this one. Sam Darnold, 295 yards and 2 touchdowns. Kenneth Walker, 105 yards and a touchdown in that one. The Bills, they win easily over the New York Jets, 30-10. Josh Allen, 148 yards passing, no touchdowns. James Cook really the lead here, 21 carries, 132 yards and 2 touchdowns for the Bills running back. San Francisco ekes out a win against the New Orleans Saints, 26-21. Spencer Rattler looked good in that one, 25 of 34 for 206 and 3 touchdowns. But Mac Jones, in his return to the starting lineup, 26 of 39, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns for the San Francisco 49ers backup quarterback. Again, 49ers win 26-21. The Patriots, they take down the Miami Dolphins 33-27. Drake May, 230 yards and a touchdown to go with a rushing touchdown for the young quarterback in New England. Tua, 315 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception in the losing effort. The Los Angeles Rams take care of business 33-19 over the Tennessee Titans. Cam Ward, 175 yards and a touchdown. Matthew Stafford, 298 and 2. Puka Nacua found the end zone rushing, as did Blake Corum. And then the Detroit Lions absolutely destroy the Chicago Bears 52-21. Jared Goff, 5 passing touchdowns in this one, 3 of them to Amon-Ra St. Brown, 1 to Jamison Williams, and 1 to Brock Wright. And finally, the Giants, as my score goes out, they're in overtime in Dallas right now. 37-37 is your score there in Arlington. They're at the 2-minute warning of overtime. Russell Wilson, 30 of 41 for 450 yards and a touchdown. Kim Scatterbo, 11 carries, 45 yards and a TD in the effort. So we'll watch that one. And then next week, the Bengals, they are back at it in Minnesota. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson squaring off at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That one will be on CBS, but make sure you join us. We'll be live from Smoke Justice in Covington for a live Chatterbox Bengals watch along. We'll start the coverage there at 12:30. We hope that you will join us. Smoke Justice has been a great partner of ours. We've done a couple watch-alongs already from Smoke Justice with the Reds games, or pregame shows there, I should say. It's a lot of fun. Great food, great alcohol selection as well. So if you're in the area and looking for somewhere to watch the game with fellow Bengals fans, we'll be there with you. Reid will take you through the pregame, halftime, and postgame show. I will do the live watch-along on YouTube if you aren't able to make it to Smoke Justice, but we hope that you're able to join us at Smoke Justice there in Covington as the Bengals travel to Minnesota to face the Vikings in week 3. Andrew, any final thoughts before we wrap this one up?
Yeah, just thinking ahead to next week. I think the Vikings have the Sunday night game tonight, right?
Yep.
So that'll be interesting to watch. I know the Bears got demolished today, so it's another chance, I think, for them to have a winnable game in front of them. I know the Vikings were really, really good last year, but essentially a rookie quarterback back there. I'm excited for that one, and I'll be at Smoke Justice for that too. So it should be a good time.
Awesome. Yeah, the Vikings winners last week over the Bears, 27-24. J.J. McCarthy leading the fourth quarter comeback for the Vikings. He had 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown in the comeback effort. And they do, in fact, play tonight. They host the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. So a chance for you to scout that one out. Meanwhile, out in Sacramento, the Reds lead the Athletics 3-0. Noelvi Marte with a first inning home run, and then Will Benson with a second inning 2-run home run. So far, they are ahead 3-0 and batting in the, just finished batting in the third. So if you haven't, be sure you tune in tonight at 9 p.m. Mike Hart and Trace Fowler will be live with the coverage here on Chatterbox Sports. If you haven't already, please like the stream. Make sure you follow us on YouTube and on all the social media channels. And until next time, for Andrew Collinsworth and Reid Maus, this has been Chatterbox Bengals. Hoo day, baby!